And okay, finds the Noko, storms in, takes another one down. It's MIBR Academy getting away with 5 here. 5 people left alive, and I told you, right? I said it. They've been there, done that. There's been worse positions to be in, and yet still, out of this force rounds, 5 people managed to win it.
Very impressive round. For Familia Maquininha, that's a big L that they take like that. Just because it might be our academy, they were on the cusp of getting their first spy, and technically this one, but Familia Maquininha, they were surprised by that flank. It was all about timing, but at the time that the flank did come through, Freak was looking behind as well and wasn't able to get that kill, and for the FAMAS of MLH to get the double kill, it was still very much impressive. So with that, MIBR Academy, we're gonna start trying to swing back, try and equalize the score, and a fast B play. A couple of flashes coming through. No kills just yet, but they are looking for them. It's an awkward duel. In the meantime, MLH and Stormson find one each. It's a 4v3, but still, a retake is never going to be easy.
A retake is a retake, and yet still runs in through the smoke, finds it. Freck said for something. This is scary. This is so scary. The Noko actually managed to get away with one. Almost a second, misses the door on the jump. 1v3 now. And Freck, last man standing, needs to pull through big time. And he's got a lot to work through. Bomb's gonna get tapped. Checks into window. Surely they peek this. And in from tunnels, it was the angle to be found. Freck breaking the fourth wall, looking at us with dead eyes. As MIBR Academy, it's 2-2. They bring it back.
And not only that, but Familia Maquininha now out of money.
Yeah.
Just gonna have to eco. Not even not even upgraded pistols, right? Just because it's not really worth it to invest into those at this point. Just play it safe. Use that flash. Maybe with that you can get some damage done. I'm expecting a flash towards mid from Denoco, and there's a couple of players that they can overwhelm for sure. I don't think it puts the round in danger per se, but still, at least taking down the Opera was going to be very costly. A little late on the nade there. Card able to take down one, gets the 5-7 out, but he will not fully connect. The M4 of MLH switches to the USP, a third and a fourth, shuts them down. So the Op will be retrieved, but still one weapon that they need to reinvest in MIBR Academy. But now the weapons will be coming out for Familia Maquininha as well.
Indeed they have. Okay, a little bit better when it came down to the actual individual choices out there for MIBR Academy, as they don't take all the fights, they stay trading on the angles, they don't fall asleep at the wheel, they don't let the Glocks get away with too much. 3-2, it's round number 6, and Familia Maquininha will now have the full buy ready to go. So this means a lot of broken out fights, a lot of choices to be made here for the T side, and a way to start. How is that a no-scope?
That is a very good question.
Okay, either way, the round continues. We still gotta watch through. We still gotta see who finds kills. Knife brought out. It's Bruno to actually save the day there for his teammate, but not for long. Finds another, and the spray is good. 1v4, and I think now we can ask the question, how was that a no-scope?
No idea.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Thinking maybe he unscope, but surely you.
If he unscoped, that's the wildest. Oh my god, he unscoped! What? What?
That's no way.
What? Oh
okay.
my lord, ship it and clip it. What?
I think it's the other way around. But
it doesn't matter anymore, man. Oh my god.
Okay, so thinking about how, you know, maybe it was bugged, it made a lot more sense. The fact that that was an actual no scope is crazy.
Wow. Okay. I don't know what to say anymore. We've seen it all today. We've actually seen it all today. Oh god, okay. Well, Act 9 rush down now. Just trying to set it up towards B. And now you lose that shot, okay. At least it's Renanzen on the off, finding a bit of a lineup to actually get some damage in, tries to stay alive. Another one taken by the Molotovs. The fire is spreading, and it is killing. Mills in, good for only one, and where does this eco come from? D250 onto Storms, and he just went out there like a madman through the double doors, not even checked, not even backed up. So now leaves us in a 3v2. Limited HP, sure, on the Noko and Moth, but Detroit is still a scary prospect out here with full HP into the bomb site. A little peek into the op, the incendiary comes through, a good kill from Bruno. Needs to check Car as well at the same time in towards the bomb site. Sees Detroit, stay there. 20 seconds left to defuse. There are defuse kits onto the CT side, but now he runs in guns, and that's a lucky headshot while he was jumping to take down Detroit, because he did not have connected on that one. And again, when you least think that this way, this best of three can amaze you and make you confused, it proves again that it's still got more to give.
Okay, so, first of all, crazy. Second of all, you asked where this eco comes from. Mistakes. There's no reason for you to be pushing in through the smoke like that when you know there's pistols on the site. Absolutely no reason. That's a mistake that could have cost him the round. Thankfully, he didn't. And with that, we move into round number 8. MLH's in a sneak peek into under, and he's able to get that opening kill. Guard was tagged up a little earlier from the off, but a lot of util already used towards mid. Good nade as Freak is taken down to 33. Maybe there's another nade from short that could eliminate Freak, get them into a 5v3. Not that they're safe in a 5v3, but you know.
Yeah, I get it. I understand. Right now, my mind is just, I'm currently clipping that no scope. I am still just in awe, shock and awe. But back to our own round here. They have used up a lot of util already. T-side just leaving Freku with all of it here. And I don't really like that. He's on 33 HP. A wild nade comes out of nowhere, and they've lost all of their utility for this round. But smokes and flashes come through. MIBR, no need to peek, and they don't. I appreciate that. I respect it.
Hang on. BRN is getting ready.
Too soon. Have I spoken too soon? Oh, there it is. Card connects, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Bruno tried to do the same in the timing, though. Oh, there's Freku, and he does know about the second one down CT, but this actually takes away attention from Stormsin. Moth just blindly sprays in there, and they don't even see the player coming out of CT. It's a 1v2, 5 seconds to plant, and just to jump through, he buys enough time. He's actually done it. Stormsin. Oh, my lord. He waits for the timer to run out before he kills him as well. Best course of action that MIBR could have taken. And I am genuinely running out of reactions to give.
There's so many reactions you can have in a game. Still, yeah. MIBR Academy really looking great here. 6-2. They're looking like they do have a plan, a pretty solid plan on their defense, and it's actually lining up pretty well against the attacks of Familia Machininha, but they still need to keep up the same kind of level, because give away a little bit to Familia Machininha and they could take away a lot. So right now it's just pistols and a Mac 10 for Familia Machininha. It's not the most expensive round, but surely they can make it expensive for MIBR Academy if they're able to get in up close. BRN realizes this, tries to get a little bit farther away from where the opponents might be. He's also ready for a quick flash into short if that's what Familia Machininha want to go for. Although 3 players towards mid, great nade takes Statison down to 65, and Stormsin should have a good angle there to help out his teammates. Flash comes
No need to peek here.
MLH's in, does go for the duel, and Renison helps him out. Now they need to turn their attention towards B, but still, there's still a player towards mid. It doesn't matter. They just flip on a moment's notice. They just turn around 180, get a kill, 180, get another kill, and it's a quad kill for Renan's in. MIBR Academy, even if I do agree with what you were saying, Atro, that they shouldn't have picked necessarily into mid, the fact that they both do it and they played off of each other, I think that was pretty good.
Sure, but at the same time, Familia Maquinina were also communicating. If they played a little bit faster, or hell, even if the Tech-9 connects onto the player on double doors, onto Milzen, I'm pretty sure, Renanzen doesn't get that second peek, because he dies, he gets worried, he starts going back, there was a second of delay between them as well, the players coming out of tunnel would have found him on window, and that would have been the entry, right? So it comes down to, I wouldn't say luck, but to Renanzen connecting those really good shots, to be saving the day for MIBR Academy. Again, individual brilliance, in my eyes, saving the day there, because the idea, while I didn't really like it, it did work. So, I'm not on the server, I can't say anything about it. But, 7th on the board now for MIBR, looking good for their CT side. Milzen is 13-5, even though Renanzen pulls through a quad kill in that previous. So, we know who's pulling in the heavy numbers here. We know who's actually trying to end this one off as soon as possible. But more than that, it's a struggle from the T side to pick anything up. Look, Tada's in only on 1. Frekyu and Danoko only on 3. Right? They're just not managing to find too much to work with. Oh, ding. 1 HP. Gets out.
That's insane, the fact that he gets out, but look at this. Stormson hiding in the smokes, and he's able to take down both players that came in from short. Nicely done. Now, BRN getting aggressive once again after you were punished from shooting a couple of bullets. Maybe that's not the best of ideas. Will get taken down. He was 1 HP anyway. He was tripping on a pebble away from going down. Renanson, though, goes down here, and that is a problem. A very tight duel, and he's actually going to lose it. So right now it's a 3v3. They lose control over tunnels.
But they get the bomb.
Yeah, that's a very important frag found by Storms, and needs to be careful not to be taken out by the player that actually took down BRN. That was Moth, hanging around long doors, but not really a problem considering there's no more time. So 8-2 right now for MIBR Academy. They are on a roll. I really like the adjustments, all those little things, right? For a team that has played this map a couple of times so far in HLTV, I think they're doing fairly well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'm liking what MIBR Academy are doing. Familia Maquinina, they still seemingly haven't really changed their ways from the initial couple of rounds on this T side, and they're playing the same game they were playing on Nuke. They're just waiting for something to happen. They're sitting ducks for an entire minute of the rounds usually. And you might say, but no, they're taking up space. They're trying to find duels. They're trying to actually find a couple of skirmishes. Yeah, they are. But while they're doing it individually, you get to see MIBR Academy start taking up the same amount of space. So they're trading it out, and then they just get stuck. So by process of elimination, MIBR Academy almost always know where Familia Maquinina are. Because currently, look on the minimap. It's going to be MIBR Academy pushing into tunnels.
What's the play here? They have they have every single player in mid. There's a smoke for mid to B.
They're going short.
Also that, but I don't necessarily think that Familia Maquinina know that MIBR Academy used to boost the player in CT. Now, there's no one there to really boost up BRN. That need a couple of... Oh, there's another
second
one.
He catches Frekyu. There's a bomb. Was it spotted?
I don't think he was spotted.
Oh, with that second smoke, surely they know, though. Flash comes through. Bruno. Oh, he just wants to peek. He just wants to kill. He's thirsty for the blood. And he has drawn it, but onto himself first. 3v2 now remaining into the bomb site. With the back turn, the Noko checks, and it's another disrespect to the smoke. Same way, same time. 15 seconds. Again, Familia Maquinina. Too much time in mid, wondering what to do. Leaves them in an unwinnable scenario now for Detroit, forced to run back, and it's round number 11. It's 9th on the board here for MIBR, and they're only one away to find double digits in the first half.
Card pushing through the smoke there is just so crucial. MLHin was by himself in B, hiding behind the car. If car doesn't push, he's a sitting duck. He could be pushed from both mid and tunnels. So we'll see. You know, that played a huge part, and we'll see exactly if MIBR Academy, so far, I think they did really well in terms of team play and all that, especially on the CT side. We are in the last round of the first half, and they have been doing wonderfully. Look at this, MLHin now getting aggressive.
Oh, it really does rely on this first kill, though. Detroit jump scared, still connects. Mills in, trying to peek in. It's good that he even gets away with one there. From that position, he was triple peeked. Timing, though. Renan's in. Might be able to save this round. Takes down Tada. And now, 3v3. He's got complete control over tunnels. Hasn't seen the bomb either. I think last time it was spotted was when Mills pushed into lower tunnels. However, I'm not 100% sure they even saw it. So with that information, MIBR... Look, I like this. They're pushing up into long, taking up space. The only place they don't have recovered right now is short, and that's exactly what Renanzin is doing. He's pushing up lower tunnels, trying to make it sure it's happening, but now they don't even need to know info, because they've just spotted the bomb. Oh, and Detroit has no idea. Detroit, poor Detroit, man. Looking up towards God. That was a prayer right there, and it was not answered. 3v1, Moth. I'm sorry, buddy, but you can't save.
Yeah, you kind of have to go for it. And just around Xbox storms in, he's going to surprise him completely. Oh, you didn't see him? I could have sworn he saw him. But MIBR Academy, double digits in the first half. That is very impressive.
And now, just like Detroit was praying in the previous round, to the op gods, I will be praying this round. Don't give me the same map that we just got to see in the previous best of 3. Okay? It was also the second map. It was 10-2 on the halftime. There's no way. And I'm jinxing it completely right now. There's no way it happens twice in the same day. Surely.
Surely not.
And if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, clearly you haven't watched the first best of 3. There was a 10-2 in favor for one team over the other. Audic was down 10 rounds. And they pick up 11. Almost in a row. That happened on Anubis. Now we're on Dust 2. T-side on the pistol out here. Going up against a fully stacked long.
Oh. BRN. P250 in hand. Finds the headshot into Denoco. One coming in from Storms in. Even though Detroit found one, there's no escape from the Glocks. Moth goes down. Freak and Tadazin.
Ooh, I like this. I like this.
Look at Renanzin. He's all the way in B. We'll take down Freak and Tadazin. Not his best performance so far. And he's going to be shut down by Stormsin. MIBR Academy on a roll here. Trying to end it all right here, right now. And they're 2 rounds away from doing exactly that.
Oh my god, we might actually not be delayed if they take it now. That's amazing. That's insane. Exner and Vincent are going to have a normal schedule. Of course, with that being said, the fact that MIBR Academy going for a lurker on pistol round is something you don't usually get to see, and that's off. I mean, it works beautifully to end off that round. But after all, MIBR Academy were going to be winning it anyways on a 4v2. So if you want to look at it like that, look at it like that. But hey, man, it still worked. Pistol round taking over the line, though, and Famina Machinina, they lose this force by it is game over. Gotta be very careful about what they do. That's a nice little paw flash, but that's an even better shot out of the Eagle. Oh. And the
leads in. That's a clean shot. Getting that one in return back to equal numbers. They're thinking it's slow. They don't want to risk too much here. I mean, it's fair. They know you give away the chance for something great to Familia Machinini, and they're going to take it. Although, Tadazin got dangerously close to 3 players, but now the 3 players are going to get dangerously close to him. Can he deal damage with a 5-7? Finds one.
Of course.
Looks for another, but Card is there to answer back. first one in line. The droid with the scout, unable to hit a shot. In the meantime, in mid, Moth taking down BRN here would be very important. That would open up short, because they don't even have any information on short, but they might be
even check him.
Know that.
You didn't even... Oh, they don't! Yet Freck still saves his teammate. Look at the HP, though, coming through right now. It's a 2v2 on the retake. No diffuse kit, no smokes, no nothing. They're just coming in through long, and they're hoping for the best. I think Detroit just lost him that round. He peeked in towards long when he shouldn't have to. Freck still takes down Mills, and maybe I spoke too soon. Card in a 1v2, and they're both on 8 HP. There's just one good spray to take them both down, and they're both coming up ramp right now. Guard playing the time, finds one, looks for the second, takes him down as well. It's map point here for MIBR Academy, as on their enemy's map pick, they seem to be the bigger fish.
MIBR Academy, what a performance. Comparing it with the first map, where it was riddled with kind of silly mistakes from both sides. Here, they have been looking absolutely stellar. 10 rounds ahead, 10 map points, 10 chances to close out this best of 3 and secure their spot into the 1-0 bracket. Renanson did take some early damage from some nades in long doors, down to 3 HP, now tasked just to cover for a potential push. In the meantime, in tunnels, BRN gets flashed. Denoco didn't check the right side, and the MP7 of all weapons, he is able to find the opening kill of round 15. In the meantime, trying to advance through short. Renanson could take his chances to try and push through a smoke. Now, you were mentioning a lot of pushes through the smoke. Renanson, with his limited information, pushing through that smoke should mean the end of him, but...
He still does it.
Yeah, he does it. Whatever. Why not?
The timing you had now. And now it's going to be another timing. Mills in, hits the 20 bomb in a very crazy fashion, and puts the last nail in the coffin. It is going to be 13-2. Look at it go. Freck needs to pull through an insane 1v5. Ace clutch required to get his team above the line, and he's still shifting through tunnels. This man knows it is doomed to begin with, but he's got to try just to save face. Let's see how many he can take down on your way out. It's going to be one. There you have it. MIBR Academy close it out in the fastest way they could have thought of this Dust 2, 13-2. They take away this best of 3 in a very good fashion, and there's a lot to look forward to out of this academy.
Yeah, very, very impressive. And with that, moving on into the 1-0 bracket, still, you know, a lot of wins that they still need to get through, right? They need 3 wins to get through into the playoffs, but starting off like this is a good start for them. They're gonna be facing against, you know, even better teams, but that's only gonna help them grow, right? That's only gonna help them get better and better. And this Dust 2, it was very dominant. I doubt that we're gonna see another team that allows Dust 2 to get through if they are able to ban it out, just because they were so dominant and they were playing it so well. On the other side, Familia Maquininha, of course, falling to the 0-1 bracket. So they're not fighting for tournament life just yet, but if they lose one more, that's what's going to happen in the one right after. So you don't want to be in the 0-1 bracket. It's not the end of the world, but at the same time, you know, you still have to fight your way up rather than down. But with that, that is the second best of 3 of the day done and dusted. We got 2 more to go through for today, and after those 2, we're actually gonna have the first stage of the Swiss completed. We're gonna have 8 teams with 1-0, 8 teams with 0-1, and of course the next 2 games, it's Swingers and Nitro, and for the last one, it's Uno, Melee, and Bounty Hunters. What are we thinking about this, quickly?
Gonna be exciting. I don't know if they're gonna be as crazy as the previous best of 3 we just got to see, and as highlight filled as ours were. But you know what? We've made a lot of clips, we've had a lot of fun, and now we're gonna be having to wave goodbye towards this one, as we're gonna be dropping the baton on over to Exner and Vincent indeed. So Pop, thank you so much for joining me, buddy. Always a blast. Thank you, production, as well, for being with us. Thank you guys for watching. GG's to all the teams taking part out here for the day, but the day's not over inside of the CCT. So while I'm sliding on out here, you guys will be as well. If you're checking out for the third best of 3, definitely be sure to stick around there. Thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you later down the line. Bye bye.
Well, hello and welcome back to CCT South America as the Swiss stage just getting kicked off here. We continue with these round one games, but some new friendly faces to take you through all the action. My name is Vincent, joined by Exner, who is feeling good. I mean, this is fitting that we're on South America because, you know, the green, it kind of works for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you know what? Guess where the Eagles played their first game this year? It was in, I believe, Sao Paulo, I think, actually. So
Yeah.
pretty cool there as well as we head back into South America. Yeah, feeling good. Looking forward to some exciting games as we kind of carry things forward. It should be a pretty fun Swiss stage. It's already been lining up to be, a bit interesting here, and we're trying to decide how the rest of these teams are going to shape up to start off their Swiss stage here. These last 4 rosters that have yet to play their opening matches.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting, right? We have some, I would say, faces that we don't typically get to see in the Swiss stage because, you know, now this officially on the VRS invites. So it's been interesting. Audit kind of one of those teams, but I think Crew also in there. The fact that Bounty Hunters are now back in the Swiss stage, despite the fact that they really showed up in a huge way here in the last CCT, made a incredibly deep run to stun a bunch of people that weren't exactly having high expectations. I think this is shaped up already to be an incredibly interesting one, and we get to see who's going to be joining the winning side of this Swiss and the losing side, which, you know, listen, might not feel like that big of stakes, and there's certainly higher stakes matches to come, but these are important. Getting off on the right foot is a key to having a good tournament.
Oh yeah, I mean, no question about it there. So that's, the goal that is on everyone's mind, how you open things up. As we've just seen from that last matchup, and that last CCT in South America, if you make it through that Swiss stage, there's no telling what you can do. There's no telling what the limit is for any of these rosters. I mean, Bounty Hunter's definitely proven that the last go around, but for this matchup in particular here, it's a tale of 2 pretty exciting rosters. I mean, again, this side of Swingers here that has been being able to really impress, and in terms of their counterparts here, it's going to be interesting to see how things shape up. For me, again, you're seeing back into the mix here this powerhouse, Desh player that can really step up to the plate. A lot of experience actually coming through on this roster, and then most of all, Ninjas being such a key piece for this team and an exciting piece for this roster. It's gonna be interesting to see how they shape up.
Yeah, I assume Ninja's still the leader. I mean, that's what he was on Glories, and that's where I really got familiar with this game. I feel like was that Glories team making some real splashes. I don't know that the results exactly said that, but if anybody watched Glories play,
Oh, yeah.
they saw what they were capable of, and they had some good upsets too. It was some results that were there as well. So the fact that he's back with a different project, it's looking good after Glories really fell flat. They cut basically the whole roster at the first sign of trouble. It felt like everybody got benched, and then they pulled out from that roster. I just thought that was a little bit odd. So I'm glad to see him back in a place where now Leo Dark and Venabeast, who were in that hype project at the end of last season. Ninjas had joined for the last month of the year. Like that is a build that I was starting to get behind. And you add a powerhouse, as you just mentioned, like Dash, and that's just it's a recipe for success. It's a recipe for some consistency. At the very least, I think this team is in position to be fighting for some of those last playoff spots, at least is where I see them.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a good place to try and start off from here and see if you can't continue your effort here, so try and grow from that department and continue to show some strength. I think that's what this roster would expect for themselves, and they're hoping to bring to the table when they get activated. So I'd be interested to see if they're able to, bring that sort of form here. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of challenges for this team overall, and I think this opening matchup got to be one of them. There's a roster ahead of them, their counterparts that has this exciting organizational support there, and Nitro obviously a roster that has been able to, I think, provide some really interesting upsets in the mix, which have impressed me. They put some work onto Red Canids and were able to succeed in that department there, only to lose to eventually Imperial. But for those Dallas qualifiers, they almost made it into the close qualifiers, which is pretty impressive for this roster.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they've got the pieces right to start to be kind of building in that direction. It's been some decent runs here in previous CCT events as well for Nitro, or at least what the core of this roster was. Coming into today, it's two newer beginning of the year newer pieces in LCM and Lucas coming back, but I think this is a core of the Leo, Bigot, and Hap that I've been pretty happy with. I've been excited about seeing Hap in particular has been at the top of its game. With that being said, I do think there's still some question marks. I've always kind of had a maybe love-hate relationship is a little bit of a strong way to put it, but like I've just seen some difficulties from LCM. I feel like him finding consistency, especially in such an important role like the AWP, has been something to look out for. I think that Nitro has got to be careful about that, but as a whole, I mean, this team has proved that they are a threat here in these Swiss stages, and I don't think that changes today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, again, a roster that's going to be eager to kind of one up themselves and actually make a playoffs run. That's their goal here after just barely missing out. One Swiss stage ago. It feels like if they can turn that ship to be a team that can lock in a playoff victory, that would be absolutely massive. But that's kind of the direction that this roster's heading, and putting a lot of weight on this after almost qualifying for Dallas, maybe building up a little bit of momentum into this event, which can be an exciting prospect for Nitro, who have a lot on the line here. But we'll take a look at the maps, see what the veto is going to look like here for these two teams, see what we're going to be playing up on here pretty early on, as we do see a couple of the bans taking place there. Inferno for the side of Swingers, which that is a map that they kind of avoid here as much as possible. Then Train, still yet to be played out for Nitro as well, so going to avoid that. Ancient to start things off though, and for a team that again is operating with, as you highlighted, that old Glorious core that used to really be good on this map, it could really work well with this squad. I mean, it is a bit of a different team here. You're working with different pieces, but bringing that same principle in game plan could really take to the strength here of Swingers out of the gate.
I do agree. I do, maybe some caution on that though is, I think Galori's we're working with some pretty incredible pieces. I actually, rate Hoax, who was with them, as a more passive player. I rate him pretty highly. I think he's actually still a free agent, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if he's found a team, which I think was crazy. But also Tomate, who, we've talked about as well. That kind of got yoinked up towards the end of the year last year. So, yes, there is something to fall back on, but I do think that this is going to be an interesting proving ground for Swingers. Nitro, though, it's home map territory when you're talking about Mirage. This is where I've seen them do their best work, where I've seen them have some of the best performances. And to be honest with you, I was talking about LCM and maybe some of the struggles that I've seen him as an individual have in the past. I think Mirage is where I've seen him do some of his best work too. So, these things added together, it makes me feel very confident about what Nitro have to bring. But I'm a little surprised that we're seeing Nuke there at the end. Like, you look at this and you're like, this doesn't feel like a very strong map on either side of the equation, which probably evens out, right? Oh, you're muted.
I think you're getting that third map decider out of these two teams, where you're looking at both of these rosters having, I guess, bans to their opponent's strengths that they can get away with there, especially in that second phase. So it's gonna be maybe a bit of a slugfest if we head into Nuke. If that's required out of these two rosters, you're gonna get a little messy. Things are gonna get a little chaotic here, but it does come down to how these rosters can close out and who's showing up, I think, stronger on the day, which for me is going to deal with confidence here. And I think Nitro are the team that's coming with more confidence. So if it does go to that third map, it'll be interesting to see if Nitro kind of take the edge in that department.
Yeah, I'm curious what the actual odds are on this game, to be honest with you, because if I had to take a look, like if I was picking into this one, I think my brain says Nitro, just because of I think probably the same thought process that you're leaning on, which is that they've been showing out in these these last few months, even though it's not all perfect results wise. But I think my heart edging towards Swingers. I just feel like they've got a little bit more of that it factor. The fact that that I've seen so much good work from Desh in the past is a real highlight for me. And even though Ponter is a guy that I feel like he's been out a little bit in the wilderness after his time in Audic. He was on the Tripa de Taco roster, and looked fine, not particularly amazing, not bad either. I think that this is another point where he can really step in and reiterate on his game that I think was a little bit found out back at the end there in Audic. So this is interesting.
I'm definitely interested to see how they're able to perform here. I'm looking at, like you said, Ponter, and what he can do, and the events that he has won in the past. Like, it is like really impressive step up performances. Obviously it's tough to like imagine a massive run from Swingers, but if you're talking about this team getting into playoffs, being able to lean a little bit more on Ponter with time to develop with this Swingers roster, it could be an interesting prospect to see. With only a couple of series so far, how he's able to do, right? Because all these roster changes that they've been making to try and stabilize, Ponter can be a big X factor for him, and I want to see if he's able to bring that to the table in this series and in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, and I think that leads us on to kind of who to talk about on the Nitro side in that same iteration. I mean, I feel like we haven't addressed it yet, so I'm gonna toss it out there, right? The fact that we see Lucas back at the server, it's exciting just to see somebody with such a storied career. But it's been 6 months or more since we last saw him play. I don't think that for a guy with his experience that's necessarily a problem. But I do kind of wonder what the level of motivation looks like for him.
Yeah. I mean, it is an interesting prospect. It's kind of a big splash on the scene right now, where you see this kind of reintroduction, and again, it could be interesting to see what he's able to bring to the table there with that inconsistency and coming through with both of these teams kind of picking up some impressive wins, and in both of these rosters being able to pull up those upsets. I feel like the motivation has to be decent, right? If you're coming back and you're willing to step into this position, you have to be willing to also put in the work if you're showing some of these results in what you're capable of. So I'm looking forward to that as well.
Well, with all of that looking forward, we are unfortunately going to have to wait on that one. We're having a little bit of some technical difficulties on a player's side, so we're going to have to wait on Ancient. Though when we return, we'll get that thing right underway.
And welcome back, everyone. Apologies for the delay. Good news is we're ready to hop on into the action, kick things off, and see how these two rosters are going to look. We broke it down for you. Both these rosters eager to make a playoff appearance. Both teams, I think, capable of getting to that, but it's going to require some, good work here. It's going to require a level up from, both these squads compared to some of the previous runs of these players and teams in the past. So, see what they can do to open up their Swiss stage. Who's going to be starting off on the right foot? Who's going to be heading down into a scary 0-1 already that is filled with a lot of dangerous teams.
Yeah, Nitro been there before, but I would argue that in one of, if not the weakest Swiss stages that we've had here in Season 2. So, matter of making it back, making it in. It is the stack at B, though, and unfortunately for Nitro, that's the A play that's coming forward. B-God, the only one here in defense, is going to have a lot to do. And with dualies, maybe it could be done, but not this time. This dualies fall, as do B-God. Oh, nice shot. Ends up cracking one through the smoke is Leo. And they're making it very difficult to get into, like, even a post plant, because now the bomb goes down, but they're already on scene. Arrived in position, but taking this temple control, that might change the tide. In fact, it has. 2v4, and the last two members just trying to track their way through CT.
Always such a big difference maker, getting the good positioning on the post plants on this map. On the A side, having some sort of extra space here, so having that temple control is big. A lot to save here for Leo. $500 in utilities, nothing. Won't be able to get anything though as Vinabeast chases down the kill. Swingers start things off the right way by swinging out A and living up to their name here on a quick play. For the amount of times I see those dual Berettas on top of that position, I feel like I very rarely see them succeed.
I feel like it's got to be set up to succeed. It's got to be a contact at big box or,
Bait.
yeah, or like a flashbang. Like if you're tucked and get a flashbang in. But yeah, like soloing up there, I agree with you. It's just, it does rarely get the effectiveness that teams are looking for.
It is interesting to see the commonality of that position, though. Berettas.
There's so many crazy like clips with it.
That's true.
I feel
and
like
I'm sure
that's
people have succeeded before. But as soon as you miss your first like shot up with the dual Berettas, I feel like your accuracy and then like feeling of panic sets in, and then you're just immediately into the danger zone.
Well, just theory crap for a moment. I think the thought process is that there's a lot of bodies potentially right in your face, and you don't really have to aim that well, right? Like you make yourself a moving target and fire away. You have so much ammunition. That's the idea. I think on its face it makes sense. Well, that's not ideal. Ninjas swings in. He's got the armor. The other team didn't. B-God doesn't have any armor. And he comes out at 12 HP. B-God's still at 43. He's playing that one.
That does not check out. And if that's the case, Dash is Mac 10 gonna clean up. Gonna be able to farm up a little bit of cash here. Nothing too crazy. Pretty quick death for him. Again, about keeping things nice and contained here. Limiting the casualties. Every kill you get with that Mac 10 though, $600. So Leo maybe trying to get active here. Maybe not. To hold on to that weapon as well. That's not a fight you want to take.
Yeah, now he knows. There was question marks up in the air beforehand. Now they're aware. Reminder, I know we had a little bit of a longer pause there before we got started, but Swingers pick into Ancient. Nitro elected to bring us to Mirage. And Nuke is our decider, should it be necessary. All of that, though, leads us to the conversation about maybe it not being the biggest deal for Nitro here to have a slower start. But they're going to have an opportunity to lift up off the ground immediately. And it seems like Lelio's actually going to hang on to that SMG, which, you know me, that's a big value proposition. It is also a little bit on the more dangerous side. Don't get the opportunity with a maybe bigger gun. You talk about the importance of having a full kit of utility on round 3. I put that up there in regard to importance.
Especially on Ancient here map that you just almost have to have as much utility as possible. Have to be able to bring that to the table. Take some quick control of the map with that utility, and it can make your life a lot easier. That's a good sign here. A little sneaky play. As we highlighted, mid control going to be a high priority. They blow open the smoke. They're playing around these smokes so effectively. A couple of openings and some answers from LCM. Gonna force their hand up B, but there's another well-placed smoke, though still. Haunter ignores it and spams straight through it. They're pushing past this line of defense. Venobe's up into a winnable clutch with Hap down low. He's so concerned about the flank idea there. There's no one heading in this direction. He does not know this. And caught by surprise as the continued motion ends up working with wonders for the CT side as they're on the board here.
There you go. It's an interesting approach to mid, right? It's more of a contained play than anything else. They allow swingers to take space if they want to, but it's a swift move as well through towards cave side. And they get their Jaguar really quickly. And so at the same time that they're blowing open that mid smoke, then you're also getting the pressure. I think it was a B-God who was in Jaguar. That's a great two-pronged approach to not just necessarily holding mid, but retaking it without ever giving too much of it up.
Forward-facing position there. Being spotted out is not going to make his life easy. Looks like they want to double push that smoke at some point, but they elect against it here. To continue to recycle utility and keep mid control. Also having some pretty deep cave control while they're at it. The CT side doing a good job at containing space.
Look at what they've got left. Swingers have a smoke, 3 flashbangs. Whatever they want to do, it's almost required that it be A because of that limited utility.
Yeah, I mean, all that on top of the fact that, again, they just don't have any control elsewhere on the map. I mean, maybe if things go that poorly, Beast can start to activate. But he's, for now, on the other side of the map. Limited availability here as the execute heads in towards A. Very swift kill from LCM. And helped out by Hap from the back range. Closes out that defense flawlessly. That contact approach just winning some nice gun duels there. Not quite caught by these flashes that you said were missing and not available. That luxury not really at their disposal. And Nitro capitalized on that perfectly.
Yeah, they sure did. I think very fortunate on Nitro that Swingers didn't try and fight through that smoke because they had a lot of information. Nitro were really loud about where they were located in mid, but, well, that's unfortunate. This one's going to be a reset round. Nothing happening just yet as Desh hits the floor, but beyond that, they were on the right side. Swingers, they targeted the site with one guy there. You know, LCM was alone. Hap gets on scene quickly because he's holding Red Room, but that could have gone so much better. And Nitro, thanks to LCM and Hap just being super quick on those initial frags, stall it out. One kill at a time. No Molotovs, as we had noted. No nothing to clear LCM. And I don't know where the smoke ended up going, but it looked like it was meant to go towards Donut, but I don't even know if it hit. Maybe it ended up towards Temple.
And having that, limited availability with the utility makes it even more important that if it is being tossed out. It's used, capitalized on effectively. Not quite in that vein right now for the side of Swingers. I think they got to figure out a quick way to put a little bit more control in their name earlier on in these rounds. Because you're seeing the way that Nitro worked the map so effective here.
Yeah, it's been a strong start. That is, as we know, you were talking about it before when you were discussing how important the utility is, but it's that utility that lets you get into these strong positions onto the CT side. And Nitro, as soon as they have that, they take full advantage. Try to knock them back. And I do think that, that's been a strength of this Nitro team, is that they do a lot of the small things well, like very well.
Mm-hmm.
In a team that otherwise, again, this is not meant to be a dig. It's just, this isn't a team with a ton of firepower.
Yeah, I mean, favorable duels is going to limit the necessity of having that, great firepower, having those, consistent openers here, someone that's really explosive that can take any round to the palm of their hands, right? And that's not a luxury you have. Being able to control the map and play great contact games like we saw off the back of that last round where, LCM and Hap were playing peekaboo with the opposition, pretty consistently. It's very impressive.
Yeah, swing off the back of each other, make the right moves, and ensure that Swingers are never getting a favorable duel. Unfortunately, the conditions seem unfavorable, though, for us and this map for the moment. As you can see, some more technical difficulties that we're going to have to wait on. So as we wait for Desh to get back, we're going to head to another short break. Apologies for the delay, and we appreciate your patience. I got my fingers crossed. I hope you do too. That we've got everybody good to roll, at least for the moment. It's been a tough one to get here to round 4. It doesn't seem like a long time, but leading into the 5th round, Swingers have had some difficulties, not on the server, but rather getting into it and staying there. This round, though, probably going to be a round full of difficulties for the server side when you consider the Glocks that they're working with.
That is a fair assessment right there. You know what they say, it's easy to get into the server. Sometimes it can be the hardest to stay in.
It's true.
Usually that doesn't mean literally. But in this case, maybe.
Maybe a bit of both.
Yeah. We'll see. Not, like you said, not too much given in this round here. Not the best tools to work off of. We'll see what they can make happen, even with the limitations.
I actually have a question for you. I don't know what the, I could go look at the stats from the end of Katowice, but I feel like I haven't seen that many more M4A4s.
Yeah,
Like,
I have
feel
not
like
either.
People
There's
who
certain
play
players.
A4, they're happy. Me, I'm happy. I'm an A4 player, so I'm loving that change. I think it's a good one. You know, it definitely hurt having to make that sacrifice.
Yeah.
But I thought, to be honest, that there would be, at least not a huge swing, but at least a few more A4 enjoyers because of it. But it doesn't seem like that.
Yeah,
I don't
for
know
the
what you're
most part, what I've seen is all of it has been very map dependent and players dependent and position dependent, right? As you would expect, a little bit more situational, but I mean, to be honest with you, at the end of the day, if you're a player that's taking a lot of fights, a lot of action, you want a gun that's easy to control long range, the A1S is your gun. I
Which
feel
I
like.
say, get good and learn the spray, bozo.
Yeah, but
Like,
at the end of the day, just make your life easier too.
me trolling aside, the
I know,
AK,
yeah.
the AK is hard to control. Damn good weapon though. In comparison to the A1S, I'm saying.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. See you later, buddy.
Oh,
Where
he has the
did it
dash
go?
effect.
He does.
He has the dash effect. Dash has given him the effect of ignoring the HEs because you just don't want to deal with them.
They're not mine. I don't want them.
You don't want to do that. I don't think you don't want to throw HEs at this team with dash on it. They won't do anything. It's a waste of 300.
Might as well get the extra flashbang.
Yeah.
Well, it still breaks the smoke. Maybe that's a little
Yeah.
overzealous.
That's true.
Still got other uses. This is a lot of damage, though. I mean, swingers have a ton of space for 30 seconds. Oh, that's great, though. I mean, pulling B got away from that angle beautifully, and now they crunch in towards B. Luke is going to take space in cave, but there's still Leo here, and he's still a threat. Cut off, contained here by Leo. They don't actually check for Leo. That's absurd considering the control that they have. Look at the bomb down, though. Tight, though it may be.
And those low HP bars here. Gonna be scary, but this op on a retake still a difficulty as well. And not really interested in throwing in any utility just yet. Lose LCM. Lose the round quickly thereafter.
Little detail that I think goes maybe underutilized here by swingers is that Desh has a flashbang from the very start, but swingers make sure that they're jiggling along instead of actually, investing that flashbang, jiggle the op out, and then go for the flashbang, get the confirmation on that kill. Maybe a little bit dangerous, but it's absolutely perfect in this scenario.
that answer back here. If there's a little bit more call and response, they're trying to flash through the smoke. Just walk through it potentially. Wait for some utility. Wait for that crunch from Catwalk, and then they get to collapse in. They bring the full force. So a little bit of patience there from Swingers. It always looked like they wanted to hit the go button, but they knew when they needed to pull the trigger on that.
Oh,
But it's not done just yet, Lucas. A brutal headshot right there on the Ninjas. And it's right back to evens, despite the strong start.
it's not just that. I mean, LCM holding the line pretty nicely over towards B. Had Dash swing into him for free. And now he's got a forward position inside a cave. This is a very strong spot to be holding from. Even if they go B, now Lucas fills in the gap. Leo Dark is going to recover the op. He's on the low health, so it's going to be his weapon of choice. Mid now taken, and mid to A, the likely outcome with 35 seconds remaining. Look at Leo over towards main, and nice smoke that won't actually really delay anybody because Lucas is ahead of it.
To scale in here, what's the game plan with that utility being held out from Leo? Great coverage from Leo. And trying to pop through that smoke. Beast has the line held. Even though the flash is effective, he still fires up through it. That's going to help him get continuous success on this G side already. That mid collapse there, though, out of the gates, I think is the biggest strong suit for this team. Being able to show that strength in the execution power, having the trust in the setup, and then being able to close out despite a bit of resistance from Nitro. All really impressive signs.
Yeah, a round of swings, ironically enough. The opening moves by Swingers, quite perfect. They end up making some oversteps, and there's some nice shots. You know, LCM and Lucas create that 3-on-3. Only for Swingers to finish out in a strong fashion. Play grouped up together. And I think the biggest strength of a team can be what you look like in a 3-on-3. It can be it can define for me what your ceiling is almost.
Yeah, and then definitely the strength of the players, right, as individuals. You know, what the decision making is for these players as well. And it felt like as things got a little chaotic there, they quickly reined it back in and were able to coordinate their efforts quickly before things got out of control. Good sign for this squad. Keep it up. Well, they have LCM and the AWP to try and worry about as well.
And don't forget about this B-God Deagle. They're all here. That's a lot of fire, though. A lot of damage as B-God blinded. Has to jump away. Now LCM teed up. Great flashbang. Just that layer of utility when you have it available. So very powerful. This is a statement round, even though it's an eco. Swingers hitting all the little bits and pieces that you want to see on a B exec. This is them proving what they can do on this bomb site, even against the pistols.
Making sure to do their due diligence up against those pistols, up against, you know, that op that you know is held on to being brought into this one. So having that at your disposal is a great sign. Gonna be cut-off attempt now for the pistols remaining, and well handled. Beast will be sidelined. Unfortunately, there's no recovery in their future, so you gotta run a far distance away from that bomb.
They were searching for the op, actually.
Oh. Could have been a big pickup there, but
No doubt. They'll get the cash flow for it anyway. You have to really take some concessions, though, in the utility otherwise. After the elbow smoke here at the beginning, they're looking very limited, Nitro. We saw what value that brought to them in some of those rounds where they won. Contact up to the B's site, and it's perfect against LCM's op.
Oh. But a response back as Dash doesn't allow to get too far to the control here. Quick response on that headshot. CM's op still in a forward-facing angle. And I feel like the shoulder has to be seen, but a Molotov beckons them forward into a 2-for-1 trade. And that's a deal you could afford if you're swingers right now, but you can't afford for this flank. Formulate here. In between the two is Hap and buying time for the resistance. Now Desh has no idea that Bigot has made a move all the way through, and as he charges past the smoke, he's certainly surprised by the positioning right there.
Life gets complicated right off the rip for swingers. Like I said, their contact play, trying to get up into the B bomb site, it's a nice adjustment, a nice difference, but LCM's AWP is primed and ready. It's the perfect slot for him to be into and taking prime position of that. Another tack pause, though, into around 10 for Nitro, as they've been putting good use to these early into the game. They swing from complication to complication, though, into these CT buys. Last round, it was varying bits of utility that were missing. This round, they've got all the utility, but they've had to go in 3 MP9s in order to get it.
Honestly, being forced into a couple of different sacrifices, it's not going to make you feel the most comfortable. You try to continue to fight back into this CT side. Last round of saving grace, but it now comes down to being able to bring that through consistently up against this T side. This being able to answer back to the map control and the resistance that we've been seeing that's been effective for Nitro in the early parts of these halves. The control swinging back into the favor of the swingers now.
Yeah, but that could be only a fleeting bit of victory. Swingers can't continue to win now. Double up for Leo and for Lucas inside of Cave. Oh, I thought that might be perfect, and I thought it would bait him in. Lucas gets one, but it's Ponter with a swift double kill to trade them both out.
Map control again, forcing them into these tough duels. Been back to successful ways here. Ponter's so quick on those trades, and again, when he's explosive, when he's having this impact, it can be difficult to shut him down. Swingers no rush on this play either. Continue to remain a bit slow on the uptick, but they spring into action, and as Ninjas collects on the lurk, this round is long gone. It's all just a matter of pressing in. A little bit scary on the timer, but that would have only been if there was any resistance that they were going to meet.
Yes, good news is LCM gets to grab it up and hang on to it again. Probably getting a little bit tired of having that privilege. Swingers go on the hunt, but they're together. I do think they'll, eventually get into position to try and take this fight, but Leo does have an avenue out. He's in Donut right now. LCM, excuse me. they won't move forward. Swingers, though, confirm a 6th round. That's a pretty good half already set with 2 rounds to play.
Sure, they're going to bring a lot more to this half as well. This. That little boost, see? Almost a head-to-head that could have talked about right there. That flash wasn't as effective as it was. LCM continuing to put pressure on himself to try and make these opening moves. But Swingers are not giving him the chance here with their setup at the moment.
That's an incredibly effective flashbang, to be honest with you. To watch for. Meantime, Swingers not really bothered by any resistance in Jaguar nor Cave. Slide LCM into location, though, here on B. So Bravo is the place to try and break through the wall. That spam, it's devastating for Beacon. But that might just speed him up. That might push Swingers forward rather than back. LCM, smoke in his face, will stand in front of it. Hoping that he can defend a double swing. Oh, can he get away? No, yes he can. Skate made, and into the smoke. There goes Leo Dark, is gone as quick as he moves in. The attempt at the spam, not quite there. The wall, too difficult to break through with the AWP.
Close shot right there, but is that, yeah, and all the poking and prodding that you really want to attempt at that point. And that is quickly answered. The retreat being made from the remaining Swingers as they try and bail out. Weaponry will be maintained, and again, MP9 kind of playing a bit of an exit game at the moment. There's guns on the B site proper, but those are going to be unrecoverable as well, so CT side holding on to what they can left. The Swingers in the meantime really have an ease of access on this T side, building up a firm foundation.
Yeah, it just got Nitro economically in such a tough spot all half. Feels like they've had, you know, a comfy buy with everything they could want twice. This being one of them, and even that isn't everything they could want. They're working with only a couple of kits. But, you know, that's a sacrifice you can make. You're very willing to. We'll take towards mid. Swingers spot nothing. There's a flashbang. Sorry, that's a smoke deep in. Hit both me and Venabeast, but Dash had the coverage.
Not gonna be full, but you know what a time now for Ninjas to step up. His game plan has been good all the way through. He's just had to get a couple of these lurking kills every once in a while to make it that much easier, and he's been so stable at that. Add another one to the tally. He rotates completely cut off. We're talking 8 rounds here on the T side, and it felt like Swingers just had to calibrate how they were taking this mid control, and once they got that figured out, they just kept running with it all the way through the half there, and Nitro didn't really have the reactions necessary to punish that.
They never even went back to it. Once Swingers did figure it out a little bit, it's almost like Nitro gave up on mid in its entirety. You know, Swingers since then often weren't even there, but, you know, always put a tentative amount of presence in that position, and Nitro just respected it, whether there was guys there or not. And, I mean, we saw what it means when they full take. When they get that space, Nitro really weren't filling back in. It's a wash. It's ease. Swingers closed that round. This is their map pick, and it's looking like it. But a pistol round could change the equation here for Nitro.
Absolutely. And that's going to help out. Couple of quick openers right there. Nitro looking to get back on the board here once more. Bit awkward on the entry pathing, but they get the job done eventually. Those numbers just overwhelming. And plenty of time for the bomb plant here. And for things to go sideways for Ninjas, who interested in sticking around here and seeing what he can't find.
I mean, he wasn't super required on an individual level in first half. 1v4 is certainly a high requirement for this round, but he will rightly step away. As we know, I think the biggest buff, not maybe the biggest, but one of the biggest buffs in the buff to the FAMAS is honestly just the fact that saving armor on the pistol round is now so much more worthwhile.
I mean, I've seen a lot of teams lose this round and then come through with like 3 FAMASes if they save 3. And again, maybe it's not the most entertaining to watch these like consistent saves on pistol rounds, but makes sense, and it gets CT sides a little bit more stability.
Not gonna be that though. In Swinger's case, they want to just give this a clean eco look. Oh, that's some damage. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Nobody taking anything before 2 dinks are on the board. That's another 3 dinks in total. And now the dualies come to play. It's 2 for the dualies. LCM tag low. Only now is there some sort of return. Some support in the form of Hap deep into this one, though. And Dash hoping for something more. Oh my goodness, that probably should have gone worse. Big whiff out of Hap, but Dash seemed a little bit flustered, couldn't quite connect the shots. He only needed a couple of body shots.
We got the classic first gun round play. As you can see from the smokes in the air right now. First gun round almost feels like the rules of law say you have to go A to start off this T side, just to pressure, just to put that in your opponent's mind. Now for the remainder of the half here. See how effective it can be as Swinger's willing to concede the site, but much more interested in holding down the line. Spam through the smoke connects for some damage as well. Make the job even more difficult. Molly's on the bomb site, definitely can't plant there. And some more damage done coming through from Ninjas. Spamming the smoke. Molly.
He's done that twice. And he's got no damage returned either. Is brilliant. Oh, Nitro. You think you can have a post plant? Instead, it's a 2v5, and I mean, you can't work this post plant. This isn't real. Is it possible? Not with the amount of bodies that are swinging up against you. Dark puts it to bed. And Ninjas, I mean, we talked about some key impact moments, despite not a crazy scorecard. That's another one where he gets a kill in this round, a crucial placement of the initial molly to delay the plant and allow even more damage to flood through. He's gotten so much value out of being in CT.
Both sides of the half as well, whether it be lurking mid, kind of heading in this direction, it just feels like it's his comfort zone at the moment. And he is being unbelievably effective for this squad in doing so.
It helps break him into the CT half. Pick up an early victory. Here's a eco, and it's a clean sweep. Absolutely devastating as Dash picks up 4. Just a shooting gallery. That Nitro strong start, that pistol round conversation we were having, it can't end here. It has to continue right now.
Yeah, it has to be the gun rounds here that carry them through this half. I mean, so what happens when you're in a bit of a deficit? You gotta show up with the gun rounds, you gotta show up with the consistency. Right now, it's back to domineering control. This time in the second half, here's Ponter. Deletes them all. Long range on those second fights. And that second and third kill just levels out the competition. Lucas just left scratching his head. What do you do here? At this point, there's not a whole lot you can do.
I mean, his team got Thanos snapped in the first 30 seconds. It's a tough way to play. Nice find. Through some smoke. Bomb still dropped out in the open, though, in CT control. That's the biggest issue for a chance at a clutch here. To wait on the smoke to fade away. Might still be giving him chances. But another refresh. And another smoke in the back pocket. I mean, that really is curtains.
Just gonna do here for the remainders. Hold on. A lot of saving coming through from both sides here. But that's kind of been the hand that, like we said, with the economy issues that they faced in that first half, it's kind of just been the hand they've been dealt. Thought Lucas was gonna save. Just ends up running out into a pretty quick dismissal.
That almost, I mean, it really looked like he just kind of wanted to go down there, which I find interesting. You love that
Only 'cause he
Galil.
had a Galil, maybe.
I mean, that Galil, I'm not
Better
a
than-
Galil lover,
Better than
but
Tech 9 or something, right?
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Much better. Yeah, seems like a question mark for me, but either way. Nitro, they'll take the time out here to talk it over, but by the look of their purchase right now, seems like they are down for saving, allow swingers a 12th round, at least on paper, and then try for another gun around up against 6 map points. Unless these 2 smokes and 2 flashbangs can break open, I'm going to say tentatively, the A bomb site. Could go B though as well, very much. Oh, neither.
Towards middle. So those Tech 9s maybe not as good as the Galil, but in the hands it still looks pretty strong. The AK though a whole lot better, and that's what's tearing through this T side at the moment. This time just B got left back to a corner here. Left a little bit shaken at the moment, and understandably so. This is a very dominant Swingers roster, you know, with the fundamentals that they've been able to play here. And I would say kind of on the other side, to be a little critical, you know, a bit of a lack of reaction coming through from side of Nitro throughout that first half. And now into the second half, I think it's a little too late to talk about reactions and to talk about adjustments, because they're running out of time here, Ancient, and they're running up against a team that looks like they're playing in tip-top shape.
Yeah, that is certainly the problem. And I think this is why, you know, when I talked about, you know, my head kind of leaning towards Nitro in this series, but my heart maybe speaking more towards Swingers. It's this kind of performance that I'm thinking of. Hey, it's their map pick. That's something to keep in mind. So this is what they game plan for, and we're seeing the best of it right now. See if Nitro can stall this out. I mean, it's got to be OT or bust, though. 6 rounds straight. No mistakes made. That's what they're up against.
Flawless Counter-Strike from this point forward. Not going to be easy. Landing shots like that, though, are going to help you big time. That is a brutal pickup through the smoke.
I don't even think Ninjas was, like, spamming particularly. You know, there's a couple of shots through the smoke, and then he's falling off and the fade away. That's ridiculous. It's a great reclear, though. Swingers are really back through mid. Just as Nitro leave, that's when Swingers have picked up the pace. They might beat him here. Lucas could be the difference maker. He's going to be coming back. He's been watched, been looked at, but hold on that fight. Lucas dealt with Finnaby's forward, and with Ponter all the way through elbow. They don't even have the bomb. The bomb dropped on the middle of no man's land for Hap to try and gather up. With 30 seconds, it seems impossible.
32 HP and a couple of shots through the smoke to close it all off right there. Swingers with a confident map 1. 15 kills for 3 players, 14 for Ponter, and Ninjas, who, again, wasn't super required to activate all that much, but just had a couple of key moments that won them really important rounds. That first gun round being one of them, a prime example of what he could do. A couple of those T-side rounds where all he had to get away with was a couple of cheeky picks here towards middle, but it just felt like such a well-coordinated effort from the whole squad. And then you see it in the numbers game, how tight-knit it was, and you gotta say, man, that's a good look coming through from this Swinger squad out of the gate. You know, like you said, map pick, yeah, and you know, Mirage up next, maybe not as easy up against this Nitro squad, but you're definitely seeing the cohesion from this team.
No doubt about it. It's good to see Ponter back in some good form too, man. I think that, you know, that's a guy that I'd really lost some faith in towards the end of his time in Audic, and I didn't feel like I was really getting that build up like I was hoping to see on Tropa to Taco, but he looked good. You know, but as you're mentioning, a team effort. And I think when we talk about what you want to see and expect from an in-game leader, it is just, you know, having those impact rounds. You don't have to be, you know, the shining bright light on the server in the frag department. That's not your role, but you do have to have some of those impact moments, and that's what we got from Ninjas on the other end. But Mirage, as you had mentioned, is up next, and that is where Nitro really do look at their best. So I don't think this is over. We got another map, at the very least, up after this break.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Gotta tell you, swingers, they look good. The thing is that Nitro, they have their best map up next. That's Mirage, and I think that we're going to see a whole lot more out of them. That's the take I have coming into this one, at least. Cole, are you on the same page?
Yeah, I mean, I think strictly what we saw on that last map was a bit of lack of innovation and the ability to adapt. Really, I mean, you're talking about a pretty similar structure to a losing CT side all the way through that first half. Never really saw that next step from Nitro, and that could just be straight up a lack of experience. They're kind of a little bit outclassed by swingers on that first map. Now you head into your own map pick, and you have to see a little bit of innovation. You have to be seeing the structure here of Nitro and what they bring to the table. Otherwise, you know, they are going to run out of steam fast, because the only team that I'm seeing developing game plans here that are working effectively is swingers.
Yeah, I think that's the thing you can lean in upon. But it is a fantastic map for Nitro. It's where I feel like they've been able to get some of their best wins. Over the course of this one, a victory over Red Canids that you were referring to in the Dallas qualifier. That's a huge win. Even though I think Red Canids are certainly a little bit more wishy-washy than they have been, in the more recent past. Right now, I think that that's still a massive victory for them to be taken over the line. Outside of that, though, I do think that Swingers, the thing that I think potentially carries them over the line, though, to find a 2-0 if that's what happens, is their consistency. As we jump into Mirage, you were noting it at the end of the last map. Everybody was there. Everybody had a big step up moment. There was a very consistent number of frags across the server. Like those are things that definitely are valuable to be thinking about.
Oh yeah, I mean, and again, it's always such a luxury to look at your whole team being able to perform here. Means that everyone's performing at their roles, everyone's stepping up to the plate, and even as I've highlighted a couple of times, the impact was felt for Ninjas, who had a lot of great moments there in his matchup, holding off and lurking about towards middle. So to see that replicated here, I mean, I'm right there with you. If they can develop that consistency, and if they can have that again for Mirage, if everyone's performing at their roles, if everyone's finding these entries here, those lurks are activating, it's going to make life easier on everybody, and I think that could make for an interesting opportunity now for Swingers to, I'm right there with you, maybe try and close this one out.
Yeah, if we're talking about Nitro, as unfortunately Dash just dropped once again. We're talking about Nitro though, and kind of who to look out for. Hap had a good performance over on Ancient, but I do think that I'm looking towards a guy like LCM, who I don't even think played bad. He had a lot of off opportunities on Ancient as well, and took advantage of them for the most part. But Mirage is just a very ob-centric map, and I think that got to be looking to him if we're talking about making a difference. But as you guys can see, we've lost Dash once again, which, as sad as that is, it means that we're going to have another short break here. Apologies once again. We'll jump right back into Mirage, though, when we return. He's back, and so are we. Dash returns as Swingers will attempt the 2-0 sweep on this one, but Mirage up in their way as Nitro see T-side start. Be an A play. A attack, smokes down.
Ability already being tossed on out, and Panther waiting to strike there. So patient in the position of Fireball, or rather, back triple. And the rest of the rotations come through just in time with those quick motions. Just going to be LCM left standing. Already you're seeing the threat that this Swingers roster continues to provide this opposition here on Nitro. Just not letting anything slide. See the diligence done early on in the opening stages of this round, and it works out well.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, love Ponter's patience there, but he's also got the support of some dualies coming back in quick. As soon as those smokes come out, he's got players coming in on the rotate. Two through the smoke in jungle, and another one towards CT. Swift as you like. Those are some big wins. Oh, and not looking like it's going to be any different in this round. Ponter grabs a triple, and it's a swift cleanup. I will say that, you know, Swingers, it's not a map they've played a ton, but, you know, big win against Bestia that they picked up. Overtime win, but here on Mirage, you know, that's not a bad Bestia map. It's more of a middle ground map for them. So, it's not like Swingers have showed nothing here. It's definitely one that's in their pool.
So, I mean, going to continue to shine on it as much as possible. The solo aggression, though, and Hap perfectly in a position to punish. Ponter has been a serious force, so being able to remove him as much as possible from this equation is going to be good. They're opening as well from Leo to add to the occasion as well. They continue to press the issue.
Yeah, the Leo's gonna get in maybe to position. I mean, good our kids there and dash on scene, but it's already falling apart. Ninjas is the last to remain alive. The bomb very safely on the A bomb site for Lucas to plant.
Damage being done there. Which is putting some extra pressure on him, but eventually capped off there. Closed out by this T side that set themselves up early. Didn't let off the gas. They find themselves on the board as soon as they get those rifles out. And for the CT side, with nothing held onto, nothing saved. They're in a really weird spot economically. Dash is a little lower than the rest. He bought that op last round, but gonna go for a full eco here and probably just set their focus in on getting those guns out once again as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's the move for sure. Nitro so patient though, waiting for the A main aggression. Ponter available to give it over, and then Leo tracking a pretty ridiculous kill. He just gets the kill through the smoke in connector. Make that round possible. Ninjas. It's one. It's needed to be good for another one. Line to dealt and very difficult now as the opportunities are there, but he loses his life. Ponter, escape with an AK could be a massive advantage next round, especially with the money situation as you were talking about not being perfect. Ponter has casted, probably dropping off. He saves this gun.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge value right there, being able to hold on for as long as possible.
How about a second AK too?
The double. I mean, those guns are so powerful in the way that you take duels confidently there as well towards middle. If you're putting those in the hands, those players that are ready to collapse in connector and cat, you know, that just ups your game. On top of that, as you highlighted, Ponter with plenty of economy to get that AWP out. So Swinger's gonna have all the tools here, despite losing a couple of rounds in a row. You know, you get back into the CT side. Economic management is something that we really highlighted last map. That was a bit of a struggle for Nitro. It felt like they were always on those weird buys. But they're not going to be caught in that trap, even though they lose a couple rounds in a row. That's a little bit of discipline from that last round of calling in the save.
Dashes off into position. Venabeast going for the jump. Misses the mark. Fortunately for him, nobody is actually around, so be nothing to see. A couple of nades rained into that top mid smoke just to ensure that nobody's around, nobody's seen. Nitro, nobody in that position. Maintained as they were. There's going to be a lot of pressure felt onto this B site. It's an exec that is sort of being seen by Swingers, but it's all a ruse. Really only got one guy taking this forward position in B, God. All of that smokes, Molotov, flashbangs, that's a bunch of distraction. At least initially. Bomb could still head that direction, though. It's not a sure thing yet.
Moment, nothing I guarantee here. Back to that patient display from Make sure that it's been effective. The very get-go. This interesting Palace lurk here as the B play is rolling out. So Hap's looking to find some ways to impact the round while the play is entering into the B side. And they've already collected some rotates back on the other side of the map here, overwhelming on B, but still somehow both players still alive? Ninjas and Desh hold the line for so long. The only one that was able to succeed really was the lurk, interestingly enough. And I don't know how they lived for that long here. What did Desh and Ponter do to buy that much time?
I think it's really simple. A classic B anchor move from Ninjas. You drop the smoke, you know, right outside of jail, and just sit and wait. Force them through that smoke, or in this case, into Dash, who's waiting at empty pillar.
Oh.
You know, a threat from both sides, it can be a deadly one. And because Nitro invested so much of their utility in tossing that early B fake, they didn't really have all the Molotovs that you would have wanted in order to clear out, you know, some angles like Finch or, for example, back empty.
That ability, though, to just hang it around. Because, I mean, we saw how it started. If your execute starts with your teammate getting a kill on the extremity and then drawing in a player that should be, in theory, supporting... he should be able to support the B side of the map there, but instead he's busy trying to deal with the Palace lurk. And then you still have time for these rotates to get involved. You still are staying alive, offering up the defense, and then the round eventually expires. Like, even with that incredible smoke that you were highlighting, that availability to buy that much time is an incredible asset there. And, I mean, again, a scary response back from the Swingers roster.
Does seem like, I don't know, you know, what side this one's on. Another tech pause. Doesn't seem like that. Can't catch a break though with regard to some of these disconnects, or in this case, some lag difficulties. I guess I don't know who's having this frustration, but I guess we got our answer. That's one. I mean, it's sort of a dead talking point, something we've talked about a lot, but that keeps coming back time and time again. At least for me, it can be one of the most frustrating things because there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, dealing with pauses is definitely the least fun way to play Counter-Strike, right? It separates the game, separates your momentum as a team here if you do start to climb up. Like you said, whoever it's on this time around, because I think it's been a couple different issues, but yeah, this time it's still Desh, which, you know, he's been having it for quite some time, but hanging in there mentally quite nicely and keeping those numbers arriving.
Seems the time has arrived for us as well to shoot this one off to a break once again. We'll get back to you right as soon as Dash is back in the server. He's back, baby. I got a question for you, Cole. You know how there's like you can do a rain dance to keep the rain away?
Mm-hmm.
Can you do like a disconnect dance to keep the disconnects away?
Maybe that's what Des just did right there. I mean,
I
he's pretty
hope so.
good with his aura, right? We talked about his ability to ignore HEs.
Yeah.
So he's got some aura to him for sure. Hopefully he's got enough to stay in the server for now and get back on track. But, wait and find out here. Fortunately, we stabilized for now. Get back into the swing of things here. Fresh off the back of some swinger wins. I want to keep the ball moving here.
Well, Nitro having some real troubles trying to scale out towards middle. They used a lot of their utility to get into a position. They've just tossed their final smoke. They have one bottom con, and they've got to make a move off of this because they don't have any left. It's got to be perfect. Who's coming in? Oh, unseen, and Leodark gets 2, and as that smoke fades, it's Ponter as the crossfire established. Swingers. They've got this one in the books. It's just a matter of time for Leo to fall. Ninjas on the B-bomb site. Swingers are right back into things. It seems like those tech timeouts not a problem for them. They're just right back on track.
It doesn't seem like it's ever a problem. And also, like, you know, sometimes starting off on this CT side, you see a little bit of struggles here and there. But they don't stay down for long. They're so quick at responding back in big ways. And, you know, they lose a pretty quick round to a maybe extension towards A and a couple of good opening duels that this Nitro roster put towards middle, but they're always willing to learn their lesson and adjust accordingly, it seems like, and that's been one of their biggest strong suits.
Back to Glocks. Just feel like there's nothing to talk about on this round for Nitro. And they feel the same way. Maybe a little French timeout too in the mix, considering. Just sit with Glocks up top mid. Off the back of the flash that Lucas is about to throw, we'll see what they can do. Perfectly placed to force Leodark off the angle, but as he gets vision returning, now the support has arrived, and it's a bloodbath.
Oh, that one will be systematically destroyed right there. That's the best way to handle it. If your swingers keeping things nice and tidy as much as they can. Continue to play operating in tip-top shape on these CT sides at the moment. Looking to keep that true. A little bit of utility, and they force him off of this aggressive mid duel at the moment. The Beast especially is a little bit low. And half getting towards his palace position. Thinks he has a timing here. They're just going to go out dry on this play. Oh, they are. And it's perfectly prepared for right there. No flash, no nothing. Just hoping that they could surprise. But swingers are not letting that slide.
Turned away at mid, and I mean, it's almost like Nitro spelling their own demise there. It's meant to be a two-pronged approach now back towards B, but like Lucas taps away one. Unknown was LCM. So he's removed the B player. This gets complicated. Lucas is on a race at the moment to arrive on scene, but he's already lost this. In fact, it's Beast, or rather Ponter, who's already low. He's going to be into position, spotted out, but Lucas goes down. Now the rest of the squad and swingers get into the position to close in around LCM. Swingers do a good job of keeping a very complex situation uncomplicated at the end of that round.
Not gonna fall to the panic right there. Definitely an interesting game plan, right? Trying to double up out of Palace, but
Well, and I didn't notice if the bomb was initially over towards B, but like, it was very quickly into apps with LCM, so just wondering if the game plan there for Nitro was to eventually like try to sneak it onto the B site, or if it was just a in the moment decision. Just seemed a little too fast to be that.
Quick look at this Nitro roster tries to bounce back. I mean, this one maybe not the tools that you'd hope for to start that conversation, but at some point trying to get back into the swing of things here. Pressuring up Catwalk as Leo's not letting him pass. A couple quick kills deny that access, and already bringing in a pretty comfortable anti-eco once more. Swingers setting the foundation on the CT side.
Man, it's been so difficult to test Leodark and Ponter. All of these eco rounds or half buy rounds have all gone towards mid, and none of them have ever gotten off the ground. Feels like they're just feeding them confidence with these rounds. That'll help though. Ponter finally felled. Scale up as well for Hap to get an AK.
Much needed situation here. Try and get some weaponry out of the hands. Force some rebuys in the mix if you can, if possible. Not the easiest of tasks here though. They're a little too diligent about playing this one safe, just huddling on top of that bomb. Dash misses a shot though. A little bit of a problem for him. It's not going to be challenged any longer though.
Hap needs to be careful. If he goes down after time, this is deadly.
5 seconds. Ninjas is waiting actually. Oh, this is so smart. He's waiting until the time expires before he peeks. Doesn't quite win the duel. Needed to have that one to stay in the fight here. And he gets out of dodge, man. Somehow, by some miracle, he gets to hang in there. And that's a huge lifeline, but that's, again, not necessarily even a victory. It's just holding onto your weapons. It's avoiding a defeat.
Honestly, though, couldn't have happened to a better guy. Hap is the only guy who had armor that round, if I'm not mistaken. He had a little bit more utility still hanging on, and enough cash to buy back in here with a full kit. That very fortunate that Hap's the one to be able to hang on. Now they're going to get aggressive. Swingers, these are great flashes, but they haven't affected the AWP, but the AWP misses. It's Lucas instead. Puts one down. See him tag low. Great shot out of Lucas.
Trying to bring her a little bit of a revival. It's Leo able to connect on a kill there. But is still traded out by Lucas in the efficiency. Got this re-aggression though, and just... Well, it didn't matter if he spotted. Back turned either way. This one's going to be quick. This is going to be pretty speedy himself into the market side. Already passed the Molotov and could bait him into a false sense of security.
That is a nice volley though. Oh, it has exactly as you thought, but he's not prepared. B got on the lurk. Much needed round for Nitro. Absolutely required. And the strategy that honestly they got their other gun around with, of just letting swingers take this initial contact and fight them forward, works out on the gun rounds. It's something they tried a bunch of times with pistols, and swingers never really gave them that fight. But on the guns, they're willing to go for it.
Yeah, and I think if you're swingers here, maybe it's a little concerned that there's a couple of replicable formulas to win around, but this aggression is really frustrating as well. So I think you want to continue to sing that tune. As Lucas has been incredibly effective here towards the top of mid. He is causing one hell of a distraction, allowing for his underpass players to slide through.
Like Ponter just really wanted to get into that fight in a spot that he didn't need to. He had it covered, but he wanted to get up in the mix, and he goes down for it. The return frag, though, by Venabeast, and now Ninjas. He's been great here out in the open. It's difficult to clear. As he slides back through, Hap's going to have a lot to do. Dinked and gone. LCM low. 50 HP is just not enough to be dealt with as Venabeast gets into position to handle business. End up going for the AWP, but they got big cash.
So much money to go around here for the CT side. Looking to close it out with some strength. Also in some extra utility into spawn. Coordinating their efforts incredibly well. And good at the best of scenarios. Close this first half out with 9 on the CT side. And what seems to be a team that already is coming through, cooking with a developed game plan. Only needs one more round to close it out with more confidence. Fast B play here, keep it simple on the side of Nitro. They look to scale into Ninjas. He's going to try and get that smoke out, but he couldn't quite get the util out in time. He's still playing around the T side smoke, in fact, but great diligence from Lelio. It doesn't let that slide for too long. Eventually tracks the kill inside the smoke, but so much time again bought now. Rotations on the scene. There's a little too many CTs walking around your site, and that's not comfortable. LCM boxed in, and Swingers get where they need to be so quickly.
I mean, it's just a world of smokes on the B-bomb site there. And you don't really know whose is where and what the function of them are. You just know that Swingers takes perfect advantage.
Yeah, is that... I mean, it looked like a T-side smoke for the middle of site, but I couldn't imagine there'd be a lot of use in doing that. So maybe it was a smoke that the CTs picked up last round.
Yeah,
I don't know.
That's what I'm thinking. Is that still the way it works? I've thought that got,
I think so.
adjusted.
I'm not sure. I'm hoping, because I feel like that smoke doesn't make any sense otherwise.
I would agree with you.
And that's just my, like, copium right there, right?
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, also, why is that just still a thing? I don't know. That seems so dumb. Valve, please fix.
Yeah,
Even if they don't think it's... Even if that's intended, that's stupid.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one. That doesn't really serve too much of a purpose, I'll be honest with you, but it's fun, little fun smoke, so.
Oh, maybe something here for Lucas. He will get one. Trying to deal with 2 at once, though, is the Leo, and that's a difficult spot to be in. Hap spotted by the sound of it. You Dark gonna scale back towards under, and it's the move out B for Swingers. Or position as Ponter takes that space. Dash is still here though on A, and V-God's dead. He doesn't know it yet. There he goes. And the cutoff is so effective. Bomb's still yet to make the commitment.
Now they're gonna queue it up straight into a comfortable plant here, not exposed, not overexposed here. It's almost a opportunity for Hap to continue to crack things back into his favor. Shots roll out, Dash still in a lovely angle, my god.
Yeah.
Jeez. Couldn't get past that one if you tried, and now with the spot of Hap, information guaranteed. Swingers feels like only a matter of moments before this pistol in their favor. And the second half now continues to develop stronger and stronger. So they show no signs of stopping, putting the pressure on their opponent and doing it on their map pick. You know, we questioned, I mean, understandably so, the availability of this map here. Are they going to be able to show that same strength that they did on Ancient? They might not even need to here because they built that such great CT side. You know, I talked about the reactions and the protocols here that were like little adjustments that Swingers had to make. But if they win that round, I mean, what adjustments do you need at this point? You already got to nearly the finish line here. We'll see if it's required, but I think this might lead into a full eco here to try and get those rifles out.
Yeah, and assuming it is the full eco, you're right. Almost don't need a T side to work from. You can, you know, a T side that has a couple of good executes in the playbook can oops their way into a couple of rounds. It's not a crazy question, especially if you can get on the site, get bomb plants, keep up the pressure, and it's like you anticipated. Nitro go full eco mode. We'll see if the USBs can wrap up a couple of kills, but got me doubting. See how it rolls. It is about to be one guy out at mid. That's Ninjas. So, what was initially set up to be a mid collapse and is looking like it's going to be that again. Could have some interesting threat to it. Especially when Ninjas, if he goes down, his gun easily recoverable.
Goes down or just ends up continuing to be able to fight here. They spot out that he's kind of just on a mission. You're top mid like this and you're kind of playing carefully around the boxes. There's no need to give him more fights at this point. They look to join forces here, collapse in on the play together. With their strength and numbers for the pistols. Gonna drop in on Leo, they are, but Leo lines up. They allow for follow-up success right there, not a single casualty. And again, you know, this is definitely playing the game on hard mode, trying to come back from the scoreline.
And it's hard mode plus extreme difficulty when you're down a map, because that just ramps up the pressure all that much more onto this one gun round. Not even an op for LCM, who has struggled this map. Hap, who you really rely on as one of your more impactful riflers, is having an off game. Really aggressive at B. Been a beast. Trying to test the waters, and you can really get behind that. Thought process from Nitro, taking that space is a good idea, but they've given up mid in the process to do that.
At the moment, force there. Good opener from Hap. Ponter. And again, it's going to be someone that can activate at any given moment right now and disrupt the setup. Deep angle here. The sidearm has to be pulled out for LCM as he's overwhelmed. A little bit of shoulder spotted there from Ninjas. It's
Still here.
Be tough to lurk things about. Have that much success. I mean, there's two A players on a silver platter. Can he connect on the second? There's your avenue. There's your way back into this round. This time it's Ponter on some of these late activation lurks that is saving these T rounds here. And he gets himself another down low on HP for both these players. Lucas has to step up to the plate, but in a position where he thinks he never should have been. He lands the headshot on the first, almost wall bangs down Dash. Flashbang avoided, but not the escape. Trying to run away, but you can't get past the jaws of Lucas.
I mean, Lucas has been the guy. He's breaking open rounds. The few that Nitro had on their T side, it was thanks to Lucas. And a 1v2 clutch after a round that was 2-on-4 goes awry. Somehow, some way, Swingers bring that back and get a bomb plant, nearly a win. There's not enough health in the clutch there, honestly, to play confidently with it. Absolutely massive, though, from Lucas. He's bought the time. He's created the opportunity, though, for Nitro to make this comeback.
I mean, crucially buying time here for some of these stars to get activated, if possible. That's a lifeline granted to you. As we highlighted, you know, that comes as a result of a massive advantage. How do you operate now in a disadvantage? How do you operate down a couple players? Because that's a whole new task for you. and one that I don't know if they're up to.
Yikes.
Too much collapse rolling out. And Swingers get knocked down last round, but they do not stay down. They bounce right back.
I mean, it's like Nitro won that round, and all of the confidence that they've been missing all map just gets reinvigorated. Only they're not hitting the shots to play with that confidence. Like, respectfully, they're just, I mean, they're not. And Swingers just a little bit of passivity. They don't have to wait long. They just sit there and watch as Nitro feed them kills after kills. Nobody could sit still.
It's a perfect setup. I mean, especially when you have that out of the gates double swing. It's movements all over the map there, and that just limits the resources big time. And the efficiency of that.
Once they lose 2 a day, you know, it's over. Nitro are just chasing after lost round, but nasty angle here from Lucas. Curious. Oh, he's already got the one. That's the harder shot to hit, low key. That grabs his as he drops in the sandwich, but read like a book is Ye-God coming through the bench smoke. 5-7 moment for Lelio could be the final touch to this round, but Nitro seemingly out. And there it is. Swingers, it's a 2. That.
Yeah, not gonna last too much longer here. I mean, Mirage even stronger than the last here, and again, you can see that kill feed, the scoreboard there, just everyone being able to have their impact. It felt like everyone had moments for the side of the Swingers on both maps, in fact, and that leads to a very one-sided result there overall. I thought, you know, again, with you when you talk about Nitro and the structure of this team, some of the upsets that they've been able to pull off here, some of the victories this team's been able to pick up, but coming up against a team that's out for blood right now in Swingers, and this is a great way to break a little bit of a loss streak that they've been facing here. You know, that haven't gotten a win in a couple of weeks, so the fact that they get this victory to start off CCT is a great look.
Yeah, especially when you're talking about Nitro. Like, I feel like their CT side is where I've seen a lot of those positive signs that I was talking about, and it was just a brutally rough T side that they could not power up off the ground with. But it is a you know, an answer when you got everybody firing on all cylinders. This was a complete victory for the Swingers, and you know, I think this kind of shows where this team is at. I think at their best, right? Showing off some of those individual skills and showing off that they have some depth to them with regard to the firepower. I loved getting to watch that, you know, and assuming that we can see that level once again from Swingers. I think they've got a lot of upwards mobility.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of combine that with the fact that not only do you have that availability there, you have that firepower, but it felt like they had a good host of calls coming through there. As I highlighted, you know, there was some very snappy adjustments to counteract on Ancient. The like necessity of taking mid control and how they were taking mid control, they quickly responded to what Nitro were doing and shut them down from that point forward. They didn't even need to really do it in that second half of Mirage because it was so quickly over, but you know, I'm sure they could have gotten into their bag if they needed to eventually, and that's a even better sign here is that you have firepower and you have good adjustments as well.
Yeah, lots of good signs, lots of good looks there for Swingers, but it is Nitro who fall 0-1 in that one. We just took a peek, though, at the way that the current Swiss stage is shaping up. That being said, we got one more matchup here in the round 1 games, and one that I'm excited for. It's Uno Melee and Bounty Hunters, 2 teams that made it into the playoffs here in the last CCT, shaping up in the first round of Swiss. It's going to be an exciting one. We've got about a 40-minute wait, though, so we will be seeing you back here in about that much time. We'll see you then.
Well, we have one more map of play here to close us out for the day. Looking forward to seeing how things shape up, how things close out. It's Bounty Hunters, recent finalists versus the Uno Mille roster, who's been also looking to impress here. A lot on the line, a lot of excitement, and I'm looking forward to seeing how things shape up here for the way we close out today.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team in Bounty Hunters right off the back of a semifinal berth, man, and that's huge for this squad, especially with changes made that we didn't really know where they would leave them. Honestly, I had a lot of questions, but we got a lot of answers. And a new Melee team that's got a very strong core set together. But this is what the schedules looked like. As you mentioned, we're up on the back end of this thing here today, and it's been relatively set in stone. I feel like the expected outcomes, somewhat what we got. Maybe MIBR Academy, I think you could argue that one might have been the surprise of the evening, and players taking a map off of Audic is definitely a big win, but overall, exactly what we were anticipating.
Yeah, I mean, no question about it here. I think Swingers coming into it a lot stronger than maybe like Nitro, also needing time to wake up a little bit in that series, and they just didn't afford them that luxury, afford them that opportunity. But so far, a lot of impressive results here as we open up our opening matches for the Swiss stage. And now, we get to see if Bounty Hunters can try and carry forward that legacy that they've been looking to bring in to the mix here. Can they continue to get these big victories? Can they continue to, show up when it matters most? And seeing a heat check of this roster in the Swiss stage, are they going to falter here, or are they going to cruise past the competition once again, is going to be a good litmus test for if this roster can replicate some of the damage that they did just one event ago.
I mean, let's peek at that roster. Bounty Hunters, who we're talking about, obviously, and you know what? It's a team that I think the answer is that I don't know if they'll cruise, but I definitely think they'll make playoffs. This is a team where I think a lot of their success is somewhat replicable. And I say somewhat because, the extent to which they found success was a performance out of Bernino that I haven't come to expect as a commonality in their game. And Zoc the same, to be honest with you. Both of those guys had an incredible Series 6. But, in general, it was built off the back of some really good calling and a very big step up in performance from my expectations of what Kaiser can do. I think the Turtle has looked good in this team, and a resurgence from, not even a resurgence, just a continuation of where I thought Marin was on an individual level, going out of that Bestia team. So I think that they'll be able to continue moving forward. Now, whether they'll reach the same heights, that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's difficult to replicate like those heights here. This is a roster that has picked over so many different pieces, bringing and trusting in some talent there for the future, and also, some more proven talent in the mix as well. But I oftentimes will highlight like a couple of players looking for their shot at redemption here. Turtle, one of them, who's been kind of making a bit of a slide in the scene from. At one point, his heights with MIBR and that organization and what it brings and that status to now trying to rebuild with Bounty Hunters, it feels like a golden opportunity for him. And he's been stepping up to the plate here and bringing those performances. If you're a player like Zoc or Myron, you want to get back into the relevant conversation here and get back into the scene in a big way. And I think Bounty Hunters, they're really clicking at a good time here to make things interesting.
Yeah, I mean, and I think the history here is funny too. I love to mention the fact that Marin got benched off of Bestia for Zoc, and the fact that they come back in here and dominate in such a way to make a semifinals over a Bestia team, by the way, which I think is even crazier. Is just kind of cool story to see. So I'm always a fan of those types of stories, and that's why I've become a bit of a fan of this Bounty Hunters roster. But I think that some love required on the other side for this Uno Melee team, a name that you'll certainly be familiar with, a free agent like squad that whose name has been around a bunch of times, but it is the core of what was Vikings KR, and Reels in ZMB and Remix, the key pieces to that team. I think that they've added some good pieces. The fact though that BNC is out today and it will be Raul playing, that is a tough pill to swallow, because BNC is an important piece.
Yeah, I mean, no question about it. Here, you gotta kind of bring back a little bit of fight here. I have not seen what Raul can do here. I mean, it'll be really interesting to, see how he's able to perform in the server coming into the mix. But yeah, it's been quite some time, and it's going to be quite the test here for this roster in Uno Melee if they can continue to try and develop. I mean, this is a team that, as you highlighted, just lost an organization fairly recently. And every matchup that you play from this point forward, I mean, I know it sounds a little intense, but it's just the reality. It's kind of the example here of, hey, we're the next team that you should look to sign here. If you're an organization, and there's a lot of organizations that want to be involved in South America, this is a team, I think, with a serious future if they can continue to show some of these results here. And obviously that puts more pressure on these matchups, but I think it's definitely pressure they can handle.
No doubt. I mean, there's a lot of experience on this team as well. Just talking of that core, but Raul, who's stepping in, as we mentioned, I don't have any indication that that's a permanent fixture, but he's a very experienced piece as well, and at least he can bring that experience to the server. In addition to that, last time out though that we saw him was with Corinthians. That was over almost 2 years ago. So I feel like that definitely some question marks about like what sort of current setup he's gonna have. Is he gonna be practiced? I just don't know. That being said, we are jumping into a veto that I think bounty hunters have proven they can fight on a very specific set of maps, but I don't think that they have the strongest of map pools. So this is definitely where Uno Melee, I think, can take advantage of this veto.
Yeah, I'm looking to do that here. Say, choose into Anubis. Now, I do think that this map can really lend itself here to the potential bounty hunters out of the gates, especially with that Dust 2 pick. And then you look at Anubis, and it's not as much of a played map here for bounty hunters. It's one of those maps that they do sometimes like to ban in that second phase as well, but they've also shown that they can beat some very strong teams. It was what they utilized here in their upset victory over Red Canids, and obviously that roster is going through some troubles of their own, but bounty hunters completely shut them down, and that was Red Canids picking into it, trying to start it off. They destroyed them, systematically pieced them up, didn't let them anything slide on that T side there, and then had a great defense. So if you look at the success story of bounty hunters, I mean, we were both watching that game and kind of impressed with what bounty hunters were able to do to break that down.
Yeah, and I think that's why I come into this expecting bounty hunters to show some of that grit that we saw in that game. That's what I expect here. That's not to say that Uno Melee don't have a chance, but when you compare the Uno Melee we were expecting with the fact that they now have a stand-in, in addition to the fact that bounty hunters have been on this upswing, it's just a lot adding up in the wrong direction, right? Bounty hunters as well, when you talk about Dust 2, this has been incredible for them. That's become their home map, and the fact that they have, I think like 6 maps straight that they've won on that, including wins against Tropa de Taco, Fluxo, Imperial, and Audic. Like, there's just no weakness in that cast of characters that you're talking about on Dust 2. So for me, Dust 2 should be set in stone. It never is, but it should be with regard to expectations. So Uno Melee are already working from behind in my mind.
Yeah, no, it's not a position that you want to be. As you said, there's a little bit of adversity that they have to overcome here with the stand-in situation. What is that even long term? Like, what is your 5th player? Like, who's that gonna be? I think there's still some question marks around that department, but we are ready to hop on into the action. So we will see how things shape up here, and we'll see if they can overcome some of that adversity. They'll have to do it out of the gates, though. It'll be on Dust 2. We're ready to kick off our last series of the day.
That we are. And I think that you bring up a good point, because I think they were initially meant to play with Venabeast, and then Cyrilzen was going to be playing for them during the last CCT. And obviously, Leo Monster has come in here and, stand-in situation with Raul for BNC today. So, yeah, what is the current setup? Who is meant to be taking the reins? I'm in that final spot. Maybe they don't even know. Maybe this is the first step in that direction. We shall see. But bounty hunters on the T side to start. Honestly, is a spot they're not going to be very disappointed in being in. That's been a good T side, and I think that's been the biggest revelation. Is Kaiser's calling has been incredible.
How's the shooting here out of the gates? Leo Monster set up with a flashbang to re-aggress, and my god. Can't call around that there. Uno Mille collapse in systematically. Great fight and target towards middle. Kaiser needs to fight his way out of this one. Knives are out, but Leo Monster not gonna stray away from getting his kills. Look at this setup here. A little contact. Take it and open up that round, but then the countermeasure here as well, a little ZMB flash, and it's not just that this team just completely gave the B site, and I think that's something that we're seeing a lot more out of this meta on Dust 2. So a lot of rosters, in order to stop the mid B, they're willing to concede the bomb site there to do so, and I think it's well worth it. But that is a worthy scout right there. Kaiser opens it up instantly. Oh, you want to cross? Really?
Again?
Oh, another one?
Why are we testing him? He just proved it. He just showed you what he can do.
You're not going to hit it again, he says.
Yeah, until he does. Until he does.
Wait. Turns out he did hit it again.
Yeah, wait a moment. Remix also on this, I'm going to say it, on the Valorant strategy, he had a USP to start this round in order to get an op-out in the third.
He just knew his teammate was gonna get blasted.
At that point, I'm out here. If I'm Leo Monster, I'm blaming Remix. Like, dude, that's on you, man. You trolled us.
He's just the one that profits from it. Nice little flash setup here. It's still a lot more to overcome, and eventually those scout tags run a little bit dry. Some good damage done. A couple of kills at the end of the day.
Hit him another
Tried to
scout.
get that pit control. I mean, he's the only one that invested, so yeah, he can play another scout, and hey, why not do it again? Let's see if they're a little more diligent on the cross after a shot like that. You think you'd have to be.
Well, now here's where the Valorant strategy comes in, because no way they anticipate Remix having an op. I'm very doubtful. Is he gonna mid-swing? Yes, he will. And yeah, Kaiser walks right into it. No inclination that there's a scope on the other side.
I like this, man. I like what Uno Mille have come in out of the gates with. They're giving Remix so much love right now for his duels. Flashbang does force him off, actually, of that boost, and Leo Monster, you know, gets out of dodge without too much resistance, so... Either way, you're looking at a confident CT side, and I think this is how you have to come into this matchup playing here. You have to be playing confident, taking these duels, taking initiative, and ripping rounds away.
I would agree with you. When bounty hunters are going up against some of the best of the best, that I think you and I, we casted a bunch of those games, and we both agreed at the time. We were like, yeah, the firepower is just different. You know, bounty hunters are going to have a problem in that aspect, and then they just didn't the whole time, ever. You know, that's something that will build it up for bounty hunters, and you don't want that to get going. Wait, that's the bomb drop. That's an uh-oh moment. Zoc tagged low as well on the flank. This round is over. At least it should be. Reels in has the key position. Leo Monster needs to get the heck in here and provide him some support, but he's on the way.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're taking too much initiative off of Catwalk. Zoc will just continue to jiggle into his demise. And some more casualties for the CT side, but you know, they have this round in the palm of their hand and now can chase after time potentially. See if they get any extra kills at the end of this one. Not quite going to happen. CT side would rather hold on to their guns. And understandably so.
So as much as I gave him a hard time for it, though, that Remix third round op really paying dividends. Big surprise for Kaiser and Uno Mille. Love that they're getting out with their advantage as well. As soon as they, you know, deal with a little bit of pressure on that catwalk setup, Leo Monster gets the heck out of lower, and you know, that just sets him up for success. Even continues to push on some of those extremities by pushing up through B and catching the bomb carrier. Bounty Hunters caught off guard in so many ways in that last round. Think about the fact that even when the bomb's down, Unamile still getting a guy through long to pressure mid on the flank.
Yeah, I mean, they had so much going in, you know, in that chaos. I think you can just continue to press on the extremity. But, I mean, look at this, man. Mully towards the top of mid. Again, this is a roster that is eager for ground. I want to take it away as much as possible here, it seems. That's a clear game plan established right now for this squad, and it is a very fun one. Silently crept their way up catwalk. No noise being made. Nobody spotted.
Ooh.
And now they've got a bit of a surprise here lined up.
Wow. Concerned that ZMB might be caught in transition. He is, but still has the backup in the form of Remix. Super low, but Raul watching and waiting for Bruninho's move. As that smoke fades, he should have the advantage, but advantage regardless as Bruninho wins. Not gonna re-clear, but Remix already low. It's only a couple of shots required. All of those missed the mark, and the Molotov too late, so he'll step through. Needs to remove him. Remix stood. He is ridiculous there, and this might still be around. It's Unamile. They are down to 2, but they are still fighting.
They got this late cap play. You have a kit, but my god, Kaiser. Whatever hope you have in this round. Gonna be leveled out in the end of the day. And a prime example of why can't take this roster lightly at all. They got some serious firepower. Good effort there put up by a little bit of resistance from Remix and his AWP, and it's rewarded with the fact that he saves onto it. But Bounty Hunters overall, I mean, you could see how effective the way that they snuck up Cat was. And if you are able to get that far up Cat without being spotted, without taking any damage, without the knowledge of the CT side, you're gonna be in a great position to win the round.
Doubt about it. Bounty Hunters really trying to force their way out here. They got to move through a ton of CT flashes. That was a full take on both sides of the equation, and Unamile ultimately just decide it's not worth it, and they give it up without fighting.
So many flashes right there for that CT side. It leaves them with only a single flash left. Or rather, for the T side, I should say. As you can see, Turtle the only one with flashes at the moment. But again, they get a lot of space silently. And this could be to a bit of a surprise. Remix's op has been steady on this A side, though. He is having massive numbers. The blow open of the smoke does leave him vulnerable. But it also leaves him with 2 teammates left onto Catwalk. Make it 3 now. Whole squad here, ready to go. It's a forward-facing position and a man down now. Bounty Hunters trying to survive and sustain, but they just can't get across the line. The bomb to the site. They've run dry on utility now left for this T side as well, so that makes it even further a problem. They know that they're stuck. Trying to figure out a way to punch in those digits. Hoping for a mistake. That bomb is recovered. It will be planted here. Any surprises left as they try maybe going for a jumping shot, but Bruninho holds a quick kill up to the task here. Another one on the headshot. ZMB, he's still healthy as well. So a chance as this 1v2 is on. He looks to try and overwhelm him. He finds the headshot onto the rifle, but the MP9 crucially trades right there. And reels in. Will be able to capitalize.
I mean, this is just huge from Unamile. The fact that they're able to just continue to fight forward. Everybody is on scene, and they never get too aggressive. They never overcommit themselves to that advantage. But as you mentioned, it's incredible work out of Remix. Even though he just gets 1 here, you know, I think he was put into a tough spot to get a multi. Bruninho with a valiant attempt, but falls flat. Unamile showing out, and this is the important moments to, you know, get a strong start for Bounty Hunters in this series. And Unamile have done a great job of already making that nearly impossible now. At least the strong start for this first half, that is. And moving through timeouts fast as well are Bounty Hunters. This is their second one.
Trying to build up some structure. You could very easily see how that last round is going wrong, right? I mean, the amount of flashes that they use to get out long means that they have no flashes to get onto the bomb site just a little later. I think, you know, conserving that utility and having that as it's a fundamental of Dust 2, making sure that you can safely cross now, avoid those HEs, but then also, you know, gain access to the bomb site. You've got to make sure that you're setting yourself up for success late round. Maybe that timeout trying to build up some structure here, as they certainly have something in plan. Smoke for mid to B coming through from outside of B, and a B execute lining up.
Yeah, I was just about to say it. That's what I thought that was. Love that lineup. Gonna hold off on it for the moment. Wait for the smoke to fade in tunnels, I presume, and for Turtle to maybe make some noise over on Catwalk. As it is, though, Bounty Hunters are going to walk into the Lion's Den. They got 3 players to deal with on this B site. This is so difficult to break open. Nearly should be impossible. HE into the mix as Remix burns. And they think that that's alleviated the pressure. No, a third man remains. Great flashbangs, though, and that might be enough. How have they done this? A 4th man stands, and Leo Monster just the solo. ZMB through the smoke. And now Turtle has to recover. His position was known, now confirmed. He's got it. Turtle just so committal on that. Really wanted to take the fight before ZMB could reposition, but ZMB beat him to the punch.
Too quick right there from ZMB, especially with that closing headshot. And to the credit of Bounty Hunters, the fact that they did manage to gain space into this site, it just goes to show how strong their execute really was, because look at the setup that is given, but ZMB in transition makes sure to shut it down. And that has to sting for Bounty Hunters, right? I feel like you do a lot right in that round. You just couldn't put it across the line.
I mean, if there's not 4 players, 3
Exactly.
initially, but a 4th very quickly on scene, then that's just not a round. And it still came down to the 1v1. I'm with you.
Maybe you don't get rewarded for it, but I mean, it did show a great strength in the execute. Now we can talk about the silver linings, but what we need to talk about right now is Uno Mille are just dominating this performance on Catwalk right now. They are so aggressive, trying to poke and prod through lower as well. You know, setting Leo a lot in that position. Getting your op involved whenever it's available for Remix. You know, he's been boosted up. He's been trying for these opening duels. They have controlled Catwalk in middle and lower tons so effectively. And they're going to keep going with it. Why change it up now? Confidence exuding out of this CT side. And Kaiser, 1 HP he survives on that play.
He ate a double nade for that. That's why he's at 1 health. Oh, and he almost hit that too. There's the head showing, and it's just the gun barrel. He'll burn, but Bernino and Turtle have his back. 2 players fall instead of Kaiser's op.
A good trade that Kaiser will take any day of the week. Happy with his one. He opens it up, and then the tag to follow it up, causing that distraction. And overall, punishing what has been a strength here for Uno Mille, and that's dominating that mid control, pressuring up Catwalk. It's got to feel like such a relief. I thought that Molly was actually a smoke, and I thought it was gonna hit him for a second.
Most disrespectful way to kill someone. Well, 2 guns going to be walking out of this, though. Proving, though, just how close some of these rounds have been. It might just be Bounty Hunters breaking in for the first time in a while, but Uno Mille sitting pretty for this round, but it's not like they have a fat stack of cash in the bank account. Gonna be struggling if this is a loss. But I do look to Turtle. Kaiser doing a great job of opening up that last round. But I think he's gonna need some help. And Turtle, I think, is the one to do it.
It's been a bit of a winning formula here. I mean, they got the round on the board because of it, executing and surprising up Catwalk, catching ZMB and Remix a little bit off foot. This time, though, there are a little bit of warning signs in that direction. So they throw the utility to force him off the mid to B play, and that CT side has to now rotate and jump back a little bit. So Bounty Hunter's doing a good job of manipulating the positioning at the moment, but still have to close it out. Now Kaiser looking to catch a kill in transition. This is set up nicely for him. Smoke and Molly combo goes on in. Looking to deny access. Flashes for the mid play here. Opening up the smoke with an HE, but overexposed. DMB deletes too. And eventually the HE from his teammate will trade him out. But I think enough damage really set in stone at the moment to set this B side up for success.
It should be. Should be enough. It is the crunch coming, though. Zoc gonna have to be the first piece of the puzzle to move forward. And Maynard actually coming in and coming through. They'll double swing him. And with Leo Monster gone, now Remix on the up. Has to go for the 1-on-2. Seemingly impossible to break this crossfire. There's no reason to get a peek from Maynard. None whatsoever.
Mix ensuring that the obs don't get picked up here. A little bit of a dump on the catwalk. Bounty Hunters right back at it. And again, you know, there's so much value in forcing those rotates off and trying to set Kaiser up for an opening duel. I like the early game plan. But man, ZMB again, I mean, I guess it's what goes around comes around here, because ZMB doing a lot right in that defense, getting himself to, blowing open that smoke. An unfortunate TK hitting them as well. As we highlighted, those B players, it should be enough to, you know, manage after all of that damage, but can't quite seal it. Put some pressure on, again, these two positions here, lower and catwalk for the CT side. And with the direction of the AWP, getting himself back in time, could be interesting to see if he can work some opening duels. In the meantime, the whole Bounty Hunter squad going on the long con rotate here. Kaiser spots out a little bit of panic here, and Uno Mille left with their hands in their pockets staring down that op.
On the plus side, Bounty Hunter is going to have to reroute. But Zoc hasn't left long. They still have this area. And they'll just have to look back to reaffirm what was already good positioning. So much utility to let them scale onto this site. I mean, even if the op is in position, it's on catwalk right now, but even if it gets into position in time, there just should be enough utility that this is a non-factor. It's already all hands on save for Uno Mille.
Bounty Hunters, after a couple of, you know, well-placed timeouts, calling a strong game to force them back here. Letting some of that proactivity from Uno Mille get punished as well. That's what you're looking to do here off those timeouts. You know, it's Kaiser taking a lot of initiative with his AWP, trying to work some angles, giving himself some luxury. All that setting this roster up for a chance at getting back into this first half, and team that doesn't maybe even need all that much here in that first half to then hop into that defense and lock things up.
I gotta admit, I was, very scared when Bounty Hunters into round 3 had like 4 players on 0 kills. Not that that's too insane of a scoreline at round 3, just that a lot of the importance of some of the individuals weren't showing up. But once again, I'm just impressed with the staying power that Bounty Hunters has to offer. They put themselves into good positions, and even when it doesn't work out, they take advantage of it. Even when they're not in a good spot like that, round where ZMB gets a lot done. Still win that round thanks to some really diligent clears on B.
Let's see. As you said, the rest of the roster getting involved here, a little bit more impact rolling through. It's helped Bounty Hunters tremendously. Being able to shut down some of the key players. Oh, it would have been a perfect double HE on the ZMB. I think the second one actually might have bounced off on the wall there. But a nice bit of damage done. And Remix, he's working past the smoke. Turtle in such a prime position, though, to catch him off guard. Sop is in hot water right now, and so is Raul towards long, who's on an island, not given any help here. No one close by to do so either. The op is going to get involved here. They haven't quite cleared him out just yet. Look at that. Remix holding down that line. You get that initial peek. Remix doesn't quite go for the full swing. Knows that there's a possibility of that AWP train on his location, so gives them a single kill. Myron's still working up. Cat eventually targets the spray and looks to get out alive. He's gonna drop on CT spawn, waits for the reload, and is rewarded there. A game of timing. An opportunity to spring into action at a moment's notice. And Bounty Hunters, in a scrappy round, get by.
Well, there's your guy, Mayern, doing it in a huge moment, just playing off of some timing. A difficult spot though as well, because that's ZMB getting a crucial kill, a kill that really did stop the A play from happening for a moment. Mayern has to wait things out, and it's all up to the long players to deal with the op from Remix, but Mayern handles business and even gets out, dropping on the CT's guy's head. Catching him on the reload. Just not anticipated. That's incredible from Bounty Hunters, as we're going to see a bounce back of epic proportions here. 5-6 from a 6-1. Uno Melee almost look like they are out of options, and that's not from them playing a bad game. It's because they've tried it all. It's been long aggression. It's been mid-fights. It's been mid-fights. Kaiser gets another tag through the door. And it's been a ton of this aggression down into lower tons.
Yeah, and again, to continue that positive spin. It's been a great adaptation from Bounty Hunters to build back into this half. Those mid-fights will continue. Lower fights as well. And it's that same duo that got them here. These 6 rounds provided a large part by the way that Leo and Remix have worked off of each other.
So easy when Remix is hitting everybody who's on his screen. Haven't really seen him miss a shot when given the opportunity to take it. And that hasn't changed this round. They're going to creep up into his crosshair. Contact as the wide swing will cost the miss. A little caster curse in there, maybe. As they have that open avenue into the A-bomb site.
One for unswap up. And for good reason right there. Ro will quickly trade out the op. Can't chamber in that second shot. Can't plant the bomb comfortably. Needs to take a fight here, either towards Cat or towards Long. And timing does not favor him. So Leo Monster and Remix power them through the opening stage of that round and get them by in a big way. That's a huge relief for Uno Mille. They get to put a momentum stopper towards the tail end. But definitely happy with the end result of that half there. That's a team that shows some grit, that shows some fight. Started out down, but they were not out. They get back into a very comfortable scoreline here.
Not just down, but down 6-1, like I was saying. I mean, that's just a pretty difficult comeback to make on a T side that at one point had nothing going right for them. But they recognize exactly where they were struggling, exactly what the problem was, and that was how often Uno Mille were getting away with those aggressive maneuvers and then getting advantages off the back of those. Now Bounty Hunters head to a CT side that they're very comfy on.
CT side that they were looking forward to getting into, wanted to build a bit of safety in their first half, and they managed to accomplish that mission. As they hold patiently on this A side, a lot of faith put into Kaiser and his ability to lock down B. So they got the numbers here. Interesting drop in towards CT spawn, and with the quickness there out of Reelson, gonna put Turtle in a really difficult position. Bernino manages to impact the round. What?
ZMB, he's on your screen. Never mind, my bad.
He's off his screen real fast.
Yeah, that's on me. I let the intrusive thoughts get in there, and ZMB swiped him away real fast.
He's just a nice guy. He at least wanted to give him a chance.
Give him the drop, and he still ain't got the spot. Honey Hunter's about to be bested in the second straight pistol. And in a tight game like this, I mean, you and I know it better than anyone. These pistols are a deadly thing to double up on losses.
Yeah, I mean, losing both of them gonna hurt quite a bit, especially considering the availability of a strong start. Nice little exit kill though, and again, dual Berettas saved onto. By a FAMAS, I mean, maybe you get a force buy here going. It depends on how aggressive you're interested in being if you're Kaiser.
I mean,
Well,
Bernino
obviously
can
wants to
get
get
one
an
too.
They will go for the FAMAS buys. We've been seeing more and more common.
Getting the cross for Mayer at least a little bit easier than it was for Kaiser's opposition in round 2. They're about to collapse here on mid. Turtle's in a position to take some space. Mayer close on door, and they've got Kaiser's FAMAS right behind that. So if they try and test mid doors, there's a lot of resistance put in that direction. Same true with Catwalk. Flashbang to take that space. And it's the second FAMAS that's right behind that. All in the meantime, it's Flash to send them out long and reels in. Oh, that's wonderful. What force buy? What round? You'll get 4.
Completely destroys the idea of getting back into this one early. They're gonna have to do it the hard way. Again, already building up a pretty good first half there, where they started off with that early momentum. You see how much it means to them. It's a big deal. To right the ship. Now they have an easy one against the non-investment.
They figured it out. I was holding my breath there just because, you know, even against like no pistols, you know, slight upgrades, that elevated high-low angle can still be very difficult to break through sometimes, especially if you lose the first entry. But they made it through. That's all that matters. Kept it clean too. Uno Melee at 10. Now hold on, Cole. This gun around, I mean, it could spell destruction here for bounty hunters. They need it, and they need it bad. And they need it bad enough that Kaiser's gone for the full glass cannon maneuver.
Whenever they trust himself on an op on Dust 2, makes a lot of sense. Gotta have confidence that you can be the difference maker, that you can provide. And what a way to start that conversation. No better way to start it.
Still gets away with a kill. Ooh, but that ain't it. Marin trying to dodge out on a flashbang that ends up being a smoke. Now Turtle got to play the same game, but he's better for this first. He makes those swift trade, and he's continuing to be automatic here. Renino flipped the script, and it's now he who waits in front of the smoke for Reels in to scale forward. So 3 turns to 2, but Kaiser, remember, no armor here. Oh, but a missed shot. That nade should do him in. Kaiser's dead. And Remix, it's the nade and the follow-up. He cuts him to ribbons. Zoc. Whoa, okay, somehow that's a kill. And he'll get a little bit of a different rifle. Flashbang to try and scale his way forward. He knows that he's low, but the missed shots won't continue. Zoc gets on the bomb, but there's not a kit. Is there time?
Ooh, I mean, he's sticking around here. He's thinking yes. And I'm with him just about time to get that defuse on off. Zoc giving them that clutch, avoiding like the Matrix those shots in return, and at least breathing some life here into the CT side.
Where did those shots go? Genuinely. He survives for so long. I mean, ooh, that's a spicy whiff, unfortunately, on the Uno Melee side.
I mean, a costly one. Those are the worst kind of whiffs. Some are easy to laugh off, but you know, ones that cost rounds when you're in such a position of power hurt all the more. Oh my
What?
god!
Yeah,
Zoc can't dodge that shot.
yeah, we won't be having you this round there, buddy. What clutch?
About all you get. We whip it right back. With the pick through the smoke, they want to speed it up here, but into the danger zone. Iron's still staying alive here, trying to avoid the flames. That's a difficult task considering the site is engulfed at the moment.
I mean, he's bought so much time. The fact that a double flank comes in by the time they try and get to him on site is telling. Missed shots for everybody, but Kaiser and Remix both stand. No escape. But Marin, I mean, that's just a heroic hold. Stays alive forever and lives to tell the tale.
And that's the most impressive part here, that he gets to hang on. That is an incredible save of a round right there. Coming through from Iron, and gonna force a timeout. Get, you know, a freebie through that smoke right there, and you think that's gonna be enough to carry them forward into the site, especially with the decisiveness to make the quick move, to have the resources to go in on that play. But shut down. So that individual effort coming through for now, that is keeping them in a position where they can fight back. But again, you know, we always talk about the availability of just buying time for some of these other guys to get involved, for some of these other stars to bring through a little bit more energy, and That's going to be a scary prospect for Unomile. They can't stabilize and shut this effort down quickly.
I think they're already past the shut down quickly part. I mean, here we are scaling forward. Bounty Hunters have 7th round, likely to be an 8.
Yeah,
That's
Eco
distance
territory
closed.
already.
And you feel like it all comes back to that, big missed shot there from Raul, and a massive clutch made possible by Zoc.
I mean, again, we had some questions heading into this one as well, right? What sort of form is he going to come into after a little bit of a break in the game? Showing some signs of struggle. Turtle, not quite in that same boat. Those flashes are just so incredible, though. And they're scaling into the site effectively. Talk about a bomb plan at the very least. What about anything extra now at this point? Still difficult.
They wanted the AK, and they wanted it bad. ZMB thinking that that's the win condition for the round, but in more realities, it's just staying alive. Still not set in stone. Dealt with on the site, and Bruninho gets there in the end. Handled well from Bounty Hunters to close out Unomile. They'll get a bomb plant.
I'm hoping that can make things interesting here. The bomb plant, give them plenty of money to buy up, no problem whatsoever. And now you're hoping to build back some resistance here on this P side. I mean, it's difficult here to shut this team out. We highlighted a couple of times that this defense can be so devastating. They're getting the worst end of it, but getting by as soon as they get those rifles back out once again, reels in, crack things open, but another team kill haunting this team.
Oh man, that's brutal. And it's just flashes. He's not shooting at anything. He's just blinded and fires off. Thinking that he's defending himself, but in reality, he's doing damage. Raul might be sidelined, but Remix is not. Nino, got a flash? Oh yes, he does. 2 huge pickups. Equalize. Mayern still here. A lineup for 2, and that will close. Bounty Hunters, they might lose on entry, but in defense, they are stalwart.
Yeah, and they always have solutions. I mean, this one may be a little bit more fortunate. Those consistent flashes and a bit of a walkthrough right there. But this is where the real game plan comes into fruition right there. A flashbang for Bruninho and some setup for success right there on the site proper to close off the round. This team showing their layers already. Showing exactly why, I mean, we placed a lot of faith in them in the pregame here. No game that they're out of here, no matter what the situation is. Always in the mindset that they can get back from those very early timeouts that we saw that got them back into the first half to now.
Unomile now trying to replicate that with some timeouts of their own. Ahead of the last 2 rounds, they've called one. ZMB going Galil. Little something to try and improve the chances of this round. With pistols and armor, it's certainly possible. A little bit of utility. And actually, ZMB has rethought utility more important than the rifle.
Nino again set up with some nice utility. Collapses in on him. Brings through. There's a bit of resistance. Flashbang is good though in return right there. No patient. Reels in. Steps forward. Another one on the Zoc as well. These are the sort of rounds that can really send you into frustration here. Bounty Hunters in firm position, but Millie just not giving up here, and now you're pressing through tunnels. It's not a bad move, but a scary one that you have to make right now.
Scary one
the
with an
CT
op
side.
too.
Exactly.
Oh, but they're just not going to be anticipating this point. That's why it's the good move. Difficult to read into. And now you just place your trust in Marin. If it's an A hit, that he can defend with his secondary. Guys are so active.
Just can't sit still right there. Always gunning for information. It's been the protocol for them. Consistently on this CT side. I mean, that is their game plan too, and working as effective as you can see. Defense continues to dominate here. We're already tied up.
Alright, Uno Melee, what do you got? Back to some of that long game plan, but met with a ton of utility, so they'll have to hold back. We'll get out a little bit later on. Upper door. Oh, it's nasty that timing. Bernino even gets away. And now they're baited out. Holding the trigger is Zaki's gonna wait till he can get two. And now he has Nevermind Remix is the quickest trade imaginable. Fastest finger in the West, but Bernino right back in business in the secondary up for Mayern. He's on location in mid. With nothing more than a Leo monster in the way, this round seems to be set in stone.
If you ever wanted to inspire a little bit of confidence in your team, closing out a clutch like this, could just do it. But 3 ops up against 3 snipers, you'd assume someone can hit a shot here to close out the round.
I mean, you beat one up. Do you expect the next 2?
Yeah, you beat the first 2 ops. That's only where the challenge really gets going. Already kind of stalling out this one at this point in time. Much interest in making this a winnable round here. Gonna call it a save. Triple ups does only turn into doubles. So a nice little AK pickup there towards the tail end to make sure that you don't have too many cannons.
There's such
Maybe
thing.
on Dust 2, you know, you can maybe get away with that, but they're not gonna risk it right now. Gonna
No.
keep on going with what works.
Double ops been working.
You know what would be better? Even more ops.
He's out in Molly there for Bernino, making it more difficult to smoke. Oh, he's got the damage. Oh my goodness, almost connects with the HE into the smoke. Meantime, Kaiser, forward position in B-main. Upper tons, not the safe area that Raul might be thinking.
Not at all. Part of the luxury here of having those ops, wielding them. Get a lot more active, get a lot more aggressive. And reels in the one that falls victim. So a forward-facing Kaiser now just drops his smoke, falls back, happy with the advantage that you take into this round.
How about a smoke in your face at the minute mark? Uno Melee sort of forced to reroute if they want to have any sort of map control and force bounty hunters to spread back out. In the meantime, Bernino pushes long. They know that it's not going to be an A play, at least not through that avenue. Back towards Kaiser's op and how to deal with that, especially when you're about to lose your mid prong. Lost ZMB, Kaiser gets his before falling, and now it's Zoc on the B site. A deadly force. And he's serving up headshots one by one.
And that it just remained so elusive to kind of spark this whole comeback as well. The one that they just couldn't capture. The one to put them in the lead just the same. And Bounty Hunters may be a little slow to activate here, but they are sure getting loud now. And this is exactly the team that showed the sort of versatility that can make deep runs. So this is still their map pick here. Maybe some T-side struggles coming through from the opposition, but principle still stands, is that this roster had to regain control. They do it off the back of a timeout. They get the whole team involved. And, you know, they go on a very quick 5-1 run. And then turn out the second half, it's the same result. Lose the pistol, but these gun runs have been dominant.
Yeah, from 6-1 to a 7-5 half, now down 10-5. It's 6 rounds straight. Third and 7. Make it an 8th. Guys are pressured. Spotted out. It's Leo Monster. He goes down with him hitting the deck. There's just not a ton left here for Uno Mille. What do they have remaining? 3 smokes and an Ichi. That's what's got to be done. That's their entire execute. And it's going towards B. So, smokes available for Dorn, for window. Where's the flashes? Where is key pieces to filter out Zoc?
Into the angle. Oh my god. You don't expect that sort of wide swing from the op. What? No kills out of Zoc. The bait and switch doesn't matter when the bait is getting all the kills. 3 repeats. 3 frags. On the secondary op right there on the B side. It puts it into a possible clutch here for ZMB. A little bit lackadaisical for Kaiser. Cost him. But they overrun. Pushing past the smokes. Getting the job done. Myron with a massive multi to capitalize and close off on all the hard work to get to this point, rewarded as they shut down this second half.
8 rounds straight to make it a 6th win in a row for Dust 2. That's what Bounty Hunters have. And, you know, no flashbangs is really painful to deal with this op. But as you said, 3 repeats and May are just automatic in his shots. CMP will give it a go, but that go is limited in scope. Bounty Hunters, I mean, just talking about staying in it, taking it 1 round at a time. A 6-1 deficit in the first half, turned 5-10 deficit in the second, only to win out without dropping around. That is some incredible comeback ability from Bounty Hunters. Never out, but always down in Dust 2, yet victorious.
They continue to overwhelm. They continue to put the pressure on this, you know, T side that just couldn't really get back into the swing of things there. They shut down rounds systematically. They have the players to bring those multi-kills. They have Kaiser, you know, from the very jump, getting active, knowing that the op was going to be the way back in. And then the secondary ops, you know, that was also a little fun talking point, is that they put a lot of priority on getting that not only primary but secondary op as well for Dust 2. Makes a lot of sense. It's very valuable, but you know, usually you see a team pull that out once or twice, max and a half, right? It's a bit of a surprise, a gimmicky move. They were getting it as many times as they could, holding on to those ops and prioritizing it, and it rewarded them in a big way.
Well, it made it really difficult as well when in a lot of those rounds, Uno Mille were working with limited utility to begin with, or they were using a lot of that utility to fight for early control, and it left the ops able to just, you know, hold an angle and not be pressured. It certainly made it easy to take some of those shots. Kaiser performing in a lot of those moments, and Mayern obviously at the end. But, ultimately, Bounty Hunters, that is their map pick. I think we got to keep that context alive. So, considering that fact, I don't want to count Unamile out just yet because they did show up in a big way on their opponent's map. Anubis is up in the next, though, and I think that Bounty Hunters have shown some very good work here, but Unamile have done the same. We'll see what that Anubis has to bring after this break. Alrighty, Bounty Hunters looked a little bit iffy, but then they brought it back, and then they kept bringing it back, and it didn't matter what Uno Mille did. They struggled to find a solution. I think that, you know, it would have been very impressive if Bounty Hunters came out and just smashed it, but the fact that they didn't do that and then were still able to close what I would consider comfortably is maybe even more impressive. I don't know. What's your take?
I mean, I'm with you. I think we just watched a team here in Bounty Hunters that has been not only consistently progressing, but you follow that up with the fact that, you know, now they show that they have so much grit here. They've been able to do that throughout this entire, you know, this series so far. Obviously, when we consider the start, but even like last series here, and in between, there wasn't the best results here just yet. But I think, again, you know, this sort of consistency from Bounty Hunters, if it can carry forward into this series, and if they can develop a map pool that's just a little bit stronger, that could be, you know, the ticket into this roster being, you know, more relevant at the top levels. And I think that's, you know, what this team is gunning for. So we'll see if they can do it on Anubis. As I highlighted, that map pool still eager to be developed, and this has been a bit of a challenge for them versus some of the tougher rosters that they've had to play.
Yeah, it definitely has. And I think that, you know, they had that Red Canids win, but, like, man, Uno Mille beating up on Red Canids here as well, so hard to put too much stock on that. See how it goes. Bernino, though, going to dismiss Realzen, and it's going to be a double. Remix gone. It's looking like it's going to be a clean sweep. Bernino gets 3. And, I mean, if this guy goes crazy on Anubis, I've seen it a couple of times, Cole. Bernino might just be an Anubis player.
It might just be his map, man. Get back into that brutal form here. That's the last thing you want to see, because I felt like it was a lot of good performances here, like when it comes down to like individual level and you know, stuff of that nature. We did see a little bit of that on Dust too, but it did feel like, you know, it was a good coordinated game plan that got them across the line. But if you start to see, you know, individual takeover for this team too, that's the last thing that you need, you know, on the side of Uno Mille.
I mean, Bernino almost picking up the ace. He gets 4 in the end. But, damn. Just so swift. And, I mean, this is a good game plan, right? Like, Bernino set up for success in that one, but he just wins his ones. Given the opportunity to get 3 duels in a row. And, you know, the second one's a bit of a freebie, but first and the third, absolutely massive. Cut off the rotate and break open a main. That is exactly what you want to see, and it's 5 AKs for round 2. Bounty Hunters are not taking any chances. Oh, he didn't see
that
him.
all that often. Set him up for really nicely for the gun round that will be coming through soon. Now it's a chance for some eco farms. Iron able to completely destroy. Oh, sorry. That's so infuriating right there. You want to step in, go and close it out. You know, teammates low, so you got to go and finish the job. And it's just USP, and then the USP shoots back. And you're like, it is still a gun.
It still fires.
Yeah.
No gun jams. Not in Counter-Strike. What a potential, like, mind-bogglingly frustrating mechanic that would be. What if you had
I love to see Nico's reaction at the major after his gun jams. And
oh no! Oh no! Uno Mille dialing up some aggression up mid, and they just get beheaded. 3 players in and out like lightning fast. And Bernino playing a little bit of a back and forth there with Remix, but it's more back to spawn, more like, for Uno Mille.
sweep back to the drawing board here for this team. More of the same frustration being felt here from this roster. Heading into it, I mean, we highlighted that we've seen what this team can do here. It did feel like, not only we were looking at Uno Mille play to their strength, but also try and kind of target a bit of a weakness here. But I didn't see a weak team when I watched them versus Red Canids. I think they had a plethora of game plan. The CT sides held together really nicely. Now this T side, gotta continue to do your due diligence at the moment. Running into a bit of a stack here. They realize it. I think they might look to slow things down as that smoke lands in their face. Kaiser offers up a pick through it. And that's gonna help him out stabilize a little bit.
ZMB still aggressive, but Turtle, he's hitting timing on this. And so ZMB is dead. And there might be more to be had. Reelzen's gonna scale in, but there's still Raul in the back of the site. Never mind, Reelzen gone. Now Raul spotted. Bernino handles business. Great work for Turtle, who had a slow start to Dust 2, but it's anything but slow. As who wants a 4K? You know, we're handing those out like candy these days. The bounty hunters, it seems.
Who gets it next? That's a big question.
I mean, a duo of 7-0 players in Bernino and Marin. Just don't hit tab. I mean, that's the answer actually if you're Uno Melee. Don't let you even think about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating for them as well because it's continuation. Right, if this was a comeback effort that almost got cut off by them instead of the fact that bounty hunters came back into that second half of Dust 2, it would be a little easier to get past, but now it just feels like more of the same problem.
It's 12 rounds straight now.
Wow.
Continuing the end. Oh, that's massive though. That'll help. Zoc sidelined for this round. Doesn't even get a chance to shoot back either.
This point here, any sort of opening advantages must be capitalized on. Must be able to take claim of it. Great re-clear on this mid-control. It is a overwhelming collapse. But somehow Myron ducks out so quickly. Oh, I mean, there's no way you could make the case to go through that smoke. So yeah, he's gonna of course hang back. Smoke recycle towards camera.
Got another one too. Marin's sitting on one.
Yeah, I mean, this decision making here, the snappy moves, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to close out this post plant, but
Marin's on the
it's
flank.
manageable.
This is
oh
crazy.
My
I
God.
thought he was going back A main. No, he's not. And they're just never anticipating this. And now he's going to wreak havoc as they have to accelerate because they know he's on the flank.
Wow.
Remix with the turn. And Bernino's got a double. Oh my God. Bounty hunters. How have they turned this around?
I mean, there's so much communication that has to be pulled through right there for this squad to make a round like that work. You have to constantly be talking, you have to constantly be in communication, trying to buy time for that crazy flank that I'm with you. I thought all the while, I was like, why are we watching a main right now? That's going to be where Myron shows up eventually. But taking that direction, heading in after the chaos that was set in that round, through a B flank like that is insanity. And the payoff is massive.
That timing for Bernino to walk around his Remix turns to look towards the flank too. I mean, it's actually out of a storybook. Yeah, a little check-in here. 8-0, 9-0. Just, by the way, for those counting. That is painful.
Two very important pieces of the puzzle here right now for bounty hunters playing in tip-top shape. Not gonna make your life easy. Neither is Reelzen. Oh my goodness. The confidence to just sit in front of that smoke and shoot through it is insane.
The amount of heads that were so very close as well.
Yeah, I mean, he was so close to snapping off a few more of those kills.
Need a monster? Oh, yes, they do. That is something that bounty hunters have done very well over the course of You know, the last month that we've gotten to watch this iteration of this squad, Cole, that I continue to be impressed with is their diligence in some of these small fundamental things.
Understanding the vulnerabilities, right?
Yeah, like if there's ever a gap, they're very aware of it, and that's far more often than not the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's partially why I was highlighting that quick, communication in that last round that we saw out of them. The ability to, quickly communicate is so important, and we're seeing that with how they communicate in this round as well. Nice pick up there. Punished on some overextension. That's a huge relief. Shutting down Aaron as well. Continuing to press the issue as Turtle. That flank does succeed. It comes down to this duel here. Remix. Able to deliver on the low HP bar. And we're going to see Una Melee on the board here.
I mean, hey, a duo of ZMB, Realzen, and Remix that go into this round fragless. I mean, and they come out with all 5, or rather 4 out of 5 combined. You know, that's an important thing, just, for Una Melee not being shut out here and getting some confidence back after, towards the end there, that 8-round streak to end Dust 2 and then 5 in a row, right? That's 13 straight rounds that Bounty Hunters had put together. Full map of victories between Dust 2 and Anubis, now stalled, at least temporarily.
Just getting on the board here for a CT side that sometimes just don't need a lot of rounds with. I have kind of highlighted that their CT side has looked impressive in that, one very positive example versus Red Canids. The Red Canids T sides, right now are a story for a different day. That example has been a positive one for them.
There's a lot more presence to this mid control. I like this move. Una Melee filtering back in. Roll taking space. It's another phenomenal flashbang. Drop off the back of that. Zoc moving forward. And Neo Monster here at the pillar. There's a lot of moving pieces right now. All of them just a ruse. Ending up back A. And the up in position to have a say.
Double up on the aggro. Zoc looking for the multi. Had it on the line right there, but what a wild reposition there from Remix. I think he thought he might have got the lurk on a solo move, when in reality, there's a whole lot more than he bargained for here. Bernino not covering the flank. He turns eventually, but not in time. Leo Monster quicker on the draw. A 2v2, but they know both where these players are coming from here. One towards camera. They take this space effectively in towards heaven. I like the reposition here from Realzen, but it is going to take some time off the clock. Kaiser doesn't even react there, as you still anticipate this play, but now you hear this long reposition, and a must-need shot from Realzen connects to close out the round. An impressive clutch.
I mean, I'm really impressed, despite Una Melee winning that round, with how well Bounty Hunters sold that fake. Because I'm with you. Remix, I think, convinced that he's handling, a play towards B. And he's so surprised. They had 3 players at B. And so this hit comes in, and it's just very effective, but an incredible clutch. Maybe an overstep from Mayer, committing a little bit further forward, but also a factor of that, that call is that it's not planted for him. So, if there's a kit, he's got to make that move instantly.
And kind of forced there. Not the worst way to take a loss. Be able to provide a little bit of extra damage, but and you don't want to give over too many CT rounds. It's going to be an important fundamental for squad. What a shot from Remix.
It's been
The wall onto the head. As you said, in that last map, He's on his screen. You're not on his screen for too long before he's gonna connect.
Seems like even the most difficult shots, that being, you know, prime example, even those are pretty much instant for him right now. You know, he's an opera that I'll be very honest, I've been, you know, impressed at times with, but also seen some difficulties. He's clearly putting in the work right now.
No question. The rifles have to follow suit here, crucially.
How is he here?
Oh, and there's just so much panic right now, and the rotations being cut off. Will be bested eventually.
They gamble towards B. Instead, it's an A. For Nino, though, he's low. Oh, and so is Kaiser, but he hits the shot. It's a quick adjustment, and the HP is unfortunately the deal breaker. It's Zoc in the clutch. 1v2. Bomb planted for him. Hit onto ZMB. Tap first for Leo Monster. As they'll piece him up, and the headshot does indeed fall flat. So Zoc falls, and Uno Melee have hit them back 3 in a row.
Yeah, arriving in a big way. Able to bring in a little bit of life into this CT side early, which again, you know, matters a lot when you consider the nature of this map.
Oh, well, they've done it, though. I think bounty hunters were on the infinite money glitch.
Yeah, now they are. I mean, with loss bonus stacking up constant bomb plans, you never really have to call a save, do you?
No. I know they've tried to take this, like, out of the game, but it is so funny when it happens. You know, big reward for a fat stretch of rounds.
Wilson ignoring the cash flow here and focused in on the kills. As this time the riflers do steady themselves, they do bring in a lot of damage. Helped out by a op shot there later down the line, but holding steady now.
And it's enough to call the tac pause for bounty hunters. You know, they've been into these early, which I've been appreciative of. I mean, especially you and I spent the last week over in North America, where it seems like we just don't take tac pauses. Got a lot of respect for 2-6 on the coaching staff here for bounty hunters. And what he's able to bring. But it is that lack of a bomb plant that finally stops bounty hunters' momentum and forces them onto an eco.
Big news here. See what they can do on this eco. They're finally forcing their hand. Nice movement from Rao. Blinded up by multiple flashes now. He is forced far back. Even this eco has some scariness to it with the explosiveness that we just saw at the start of this round. Pushing them further and further back here into the defense is exactly what you're gunning for here. Now that you have that space, what are you going to do with it, though?
It's hard when you're limited in utility. That's the truth. What? He gets another. That's absurd. And now, I mean, ZMB, he's in some trouble. There's still a guy in rugs. Up. Remix his dink down, but he's still fighting his way out. And there is the important frag. Mayern on the cutoff. Gun upgrade. This turtle on the site will get onto the bomb.
Just wait in before the bomb plant even happens. That flashbang will provide a little extra coverage. Raul starts off this round having to evacuate middle the avenue in which they press upon. And he's the only one left standing because of it. He gets charged forward. Double swung in. Turtle quick react to that, and Bounty Hunters on the only eco they've had to do in so long end up winning it.
Yeah, 4 straight gun round wins, and Uno Melee lose to the Tech 9s. That's, I mean, if that ain't a classic Counter-Strike moment, that I don't know what is.
Just happened to the Spirit there in Gato, man. Same exact thing.
Yeah, it did.
Sometimes the rounds that you know are palm of your hands are be the trickiest. There are no guarantees here. Looking for a bit of a speed up right now. Clear out these positions. Spam through that smoke. Sock looking to push past it, trying to identify where Leo Monster is. The trade's necessary, but they can't move through. They're stalled out, blocked by the resistance here from Uno Melee.
Yeah, but this seems like a wait a couple of seconds here. Hopefully the smoke fades and then just try and stick it out angle. Uno Melee have all the map control they could ever want. Leo Monster stuck deep. There's no escape for bounty hunters, really.
Suffocated in this round here. They're gonna need something serious to get him out. Stop shot. Something of that nature. Provide coverage. Remix finally falters after such a incredible series. A couple of costly misses. They still have this player ready to act. The toss in the molly exposes his position, but now he's eliminated. Now he's removed. The flanks, though, rolling out just in time. Leo Monster, instant dismissal. Now the op line here from Kaiser operating comfortably on low HP before. And you do it again with the AWP. It's a whole lot more confidence building. As Leo Monster has made his way out of B main. This is unknown to the T side. No idea, but Kaiser reads into it. He gets active and wants to end it. And somehow, some way, they manage to survive that round and come out on top.
Emphasis on the somehow, some way part, because Leo Monster is all the way through rugs. There's no escape here for bounty hunters. None whatsoever. And they just recontact back in, get the kills necessary to clear out the bomb site, and then Kaiser puts a stake through the heart to stop any chances of the comeback story. Uno Melee might be relegated to just 4 rounds. Can't be a big one from Leo Monster. Elevated, though. That is a start. Maybe a little bit more. As the MP9 does the work. Zoc once again tested and removed. E-Box is just not his domain.
Yeah, he's been having a tough time of it. And that's been great news for side of Uno Melee. Such valuable and important map control, so anytime you can consistently win out on that head-to-head, not the easy one. They're starting to thrive now on the CT side. It won't be limited. Managing to put 5 rounds on the board here is going to be a big bolster to the fight, to the ability. And then Melee, despite the early scare at the start of this half, you know, with the big resurgence from Bounty Hunters continuing over from Dust 2, being able to bring back this scoreline a little bit, you know, overcoming what was an eco, and then a you know, pistol loss, a eco loss. I mean, they had a lot of fight that they had to go through.
No easy victories there in that half. All off the back though of a phenomenal pistol victory, and that's where Uno Melee gonna want to start it off in their own right. I don't know about you, but I feel like A is just such a common play right now on Anubis. Every T side is running A on the pistol round.
Yeah, it seems like their A side on pistol. Makes sense for the power of the execute. You know, one good flash like that, and you got yourself some side access. Scaling past the smoke, Turtle makes an active move. But the trade's still heavy in favor of the T's.
Kaiser left wondering where his team went, and they're all on the ground right in there. I don't know that he really wants to try and go find out for himself. Word of mouth going to be enough to send him out. And Melee, they've done it. I mean, talking about the comeback story, what bounty hunters were able to do on Dust 2, our conversation is about how impressive it was to stick with it. You know, down 6-1, then down 5-10, and then a 13-10 victory. Well, Melee, it's starting to shape up to a pretty similar story. Down 0-5. They made sure to bring that one back. A pretty significant 5-7 half. Now they're looking to equalize with that pistol win. It isn't going to be all sunshine and rainbows, though. Bounty hunters are keeping it up, going for the FAMASas as we saw last time.
Already proven strategy here with those FAMASas. What a boost, man.
I mean, they threw that smoke as well. That's just all set up.
Like what I'm seeing right there.
Just a great gimmick to give you a free kill on a round like this.
Yeah, but oh, it's so common right there, trying to get the jiggles off. Trying to catch him off guard. Now overexposed. Oh my god, Kaiser escapes. He goes and double dips. Wanted to maybe play off that contact, but a little bit discombobulated between Turtle and Kaiser. They can't coordinate their efforts.
Honestly, what a perfect setup, though. I know it didn't work. Bounty Hunters, that was genius. I mean, more ways than one. A gimmick to get them the opening pick. You know, the jiggle. As much as it gets right into, it was the right idea. Potential for the gun to swing off the back of that, and even the escape when the Molotov comes in. Turtle's other rifle, the only other rifle on the team, is there to swing off of Cake. When Melee are chasing down Kaiser, who's escaping from Pillar. I don't know, like, that's just a lot of depth to that setup in my book.
I mean, I'm right there with you. I'm still not ever going to be sold. I don't think any player could convince me that, that jiggle right there in particular is like a good move, because I just see it fail so often.
It's a greedy move, is what it is.
Yeah, I think greedy's a good way to put it right there, because you want to hold on to your utility for a long time. You want to be able to throw it when you need to only, and you know, people do it on like A ancient and in front of A main. That's a good spot for it.
Yep.
But there you just can't quite get to safety when you need to, or get that molly off when you need to, unless you're.
I mean, and you got CT Molly.
Unless your
too.
opponent misses.
Like, best case scenario, you have the CT Molly, you get it down, and what do? They run around.
Yeah.
Like,
ignored.
Yeah. You did like 4 damage total, and you're like, I put the Molly there though.
Put the molly off. Maybe buying a little bit of like a couple extra seconds there, max.
No, I'm with you.
Separating that.
Still though, you know, a pistol round like that, I'm also of the mind you got to take some risks. And that's one where I'm a little bit more willing, you know, than a gun round to take that exception and move along. This one is non-starter for bounty hunters. They're on B. Play towards A. Oh no, Z and B moved out of what I feel like is the best spot to be fighting E-Box ever. That little piece of cover that you get when you're deep in canals, I love that spot.
It's cheeky.
I mean, it's just so hard to fight from E-Box side. I feel like anytime I fight it, anytime I play there, I'm just like unkillable.
You're winning.
Yeah.
Your opponent is winning when they beat you. It's like it's got to work for me too. That's good. I'm glad it does.
At the end of the day, I'm winning. That's all I care about.
Mhm.
Well, we're all the way in the back into the last half, but I think a storyline of Uno Mille on the return, back up to form, from where they started Dust 2. But I do want to key in on something here for Bounty Hunters. Bounty Hunters have not looked bad in these rounds either. That's a round where, 2 rounds in a row, the Force Buy, where I think there was a lot of thought put into it, a lot of fun stuff, good setup. It didn't work out, and then you stacked the wrong bomb site. And though it's a lost lead, and Uno Mille, you're going to be loving that. Bounty Hunters by no means out.
Yeah, if anyone knows that, it's got to be Melee Squad. Big pick there, Remix back to connecting, and reels in, follows up. Straight through that box right there, sees the tracers, tracks it.
I just got done praising Bounty Hunters so much in some of those eco and force buy rounds. Now I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum. I'm like, what are we doing? Just a dry swing in E-Box into a potential op. Yeah, it's a fast op, but they just won 2 eco rounds back to back. So, they got cash.
Yeah.
And then, Mayern is maybe in some ways just trying to fix what was just broken, but it's just a very committed fight without any support in A-Main.
And that's not the path back into this second half here. That's not the CT side they can afford to bring right now. You're already in a deficit. Because, I mean, when you talk about Anubis here, you just talk about, if you're a good Anubis team, you're going to have your strength in the defaults on your T side. And you're going to be able to punish a majority of rounds when that CT side gets active. And those rounds that you're going to lose on the CT side are because that defense came through with like a good setup, a good bit of utility. Your opponent picked into this map. You have to imagine here that they've got themselves a decent little idea as to how they need to punish this. If it's isolated aggression, and that's what we just saw right there in that last round.
This leaves Bounty Hunters in a pretty difficult position. They're gonna have to find answers fast, and they did that on Dust too. So, not losing hope by any means, but it's got to be, some sort of strategy put forth as opposed to that last round. Amelia, on the other hand, just letting the fights and the rounds in this half come to them at the moment. And I think I love that move when Bounty Hunters are giving it over. Force them to play a bit more of a respectful game, or at least, the very least, play a little bit more team Counter-Strike.
And right now, the better team Counter-Strike coming through entirely from Uno Mille, collapse in on this east side so effectively. Completely envelop Myron and Kaiser. Have to give that mid control, as do a lot of teams on this CT side of Anubis. But given that amount of space here, it's going to be easy to cruise past. Off the back of, a good flashbang, a little bit of presence towards A main, you're going to be able to disrupt enough, and that's exactly what we just saw. That is a dream scenario here.
Uno Melee looking to force a third map is the way this is looking. Well, nice exits, though, out of Bernino. And I'll tell you what, saved guns and loss bonus does a wonder for CT economy. Bounty Hunters proven that here and now. Because they have they have money for a third op in a row, I think. Based on that.
That's pretty nuts. It doesn't do wonders for, though, is your chances at winning this map. So, I mean, continue to bring those ops out, and Bounty Hunters will continue to, or rather, Uno just continue to try and close this one out on the T side here.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, number at the top of the screen is what matters the most. And they are going to go for the op. They did have the cash for it. Would have had to, you know, take some deficits in utility to do so, and they've gone for the utility instead, which is respectable. I mean, I think they need some sort of more aggressive play, but they need it set up by utility in order to give them an advantage in this round. That is a crazy move by Turtle. He's just looking for information, waits for them to spam, and then just gets out. Nothing seen, nothing spotted. Meanwhile, Bounty Hunters group up towards B for what seems like another info play. And it's looking towards Canals.
Interested in heading in that direction. And holding up this default. Leo Monster had been effective on the entry. Zoc has been struggling just the same. And they're waiting for the exact same thing to happen once again. Re-aggression to hit them. For them to win out on those duels. And Leo Monster takes care of both of those A flanking players and the E-box. Still low on HP. Might have to do a lot more there as Kaiser provides some resistance. Kaiser gonna go and look to turn this into a 1v1. Raul sticking around. And he wins the duel crucially. It's his rifle that now has to make the trek towards A. And Remix has plenty of time to reposition.
I mean, Remix really left Raul out in the open there, though. I mean, just said, you deal with it. If you lose, I'll just take the 1v1. Really betting on himself. And there's a kit for Kaiser. Important factor. Just elevates the time that he has to clear everything out.
Just posted up right now, only a single flash to displace him. Tap onto the bomb. Molly as well for Remix. Gonna go for it completely. Not a bad idea. But Remix steps forward. Is gonna peek off the back of that information. Closes out the round. And denies Kaiser. You know, potentially just a map-saving clutch right there. Because now, right back into the thick of it. Gotta continue to do it the hard way.
Yeah, and it's been an incredible map out of Bernino. But yeah, I think Zoc has to be under some scrutiny right now. I mean, a huge struggle for him. On an individual level. Leo Monster with a big pickup. And another Remix moment where he picks up the clutch. Betting on himself was the right move, it seems.
I mean, it's been full of just quick connections from Remix. Yeah, I definitely can't blame him for trusting himself. That clutch there, maybe leaving out Raul high and dry, but I think Raul would have any problems after seeing the way that round closed out.
I mean, you get the win. Yeah, that's the thing that will make everything right, and it's a little bit of teamwork right there from that duo. Raul playing off of Remix's contact, and if that clutch didn't make up for it, that certainly will. Coverage on both counts. As Bounty Hunters finally, I think, finding the right avenue to push, right? That was the right idea, but we get Uno Melee just a little too prepared.
That's been the name of the game here. Too prepared. This T side holding too strong. The defaults are just perfection. Pop flash there, but 2 targets identified. Bomb. Bomb, though. Oh, Kaiser drops the bomb, and that's going to create a little chaos right now in the camp of Uno Mille. Kaiser continues to punish now. Turtle gonna catch him on the drop as well. And no secret about Rilzen's position. Holding in the water? What? No time. This is over. Done deal. Rilzen's gonna save.
I mean, it's not even like really looking okay. I thought he was I mean, he did. He's not got
1700.
money. Yeah,
No.
What are we doing? What? I mean, his team has money, so it's not that big a deal. But he doesn't get the full kit of utility because of it. When is ZMB going to be on a tech? Oh, that's a massive mistake there from Rilzen.
Yeah, I mean, no question about it right there. That's a bit of a overreach. That proves to be quite costly. Especially if things, I mean, even if it doesn't really matter right now, it's going to matter eventually. It's going to flare up and it's going to be a problem, so. Tough way to exit that one.
Immediately staved off. I mean, thanks to another big round from Kaiser. I mean, he's been a big player this series. It's not the crazy multis, but it's just the impact frags. Mayor might be in trouble here. MP9 caught and through the smoke. He's so low now. Turtle tagged to 30, and now he's gone.
I don't think anything can stop Leo Monster in this form right now. And Zoc trying his best to pull through a shot at redemption, but while they make a massive mistake just 1 round prior, Leo Monster says, guys, it's no big deal. We'll get him on the next go around.
I got you. I mean, Leo Monster's been so available. Been so constant. Albertino just has to try and save again. 1v3. It's a lot. He's looking for some exits. And honest and truthfully could be, pretty impactful if you were to find any, but nobody's going to go his direction.
Terrorists win.
HE there just in case. Hopeful. A hopeful HE.
Somebody was in there. I probably died of that HE. You can see the vision.
Yeah, the bomb that does, 10 damage.
Hey, listen, I'm being hopeful, okay?
I like that. But, either way. Into feels like Uno Mille just eager to close things out. We'll see if anyone on Bounty Hunters is able to rise to the occasion. Right now, only been Kaiser to try and step up and create a little chaos. But his team just way too strong. Rilzen on any sort of aggressive A maneuvers has been available to punish every single time he's been called upon.
Yeah, I was just about to say, is there a fight that Bounty Hunters have won in A main? Doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, either in A main, pushing past A main, or on that A bomb site, really. And then you couple that with the fact that, Zoc again towards that E-box position has had his struggles. There's a lot to lean on here for Bounty Hunters. I mean, in the map control, completely info blind at the moment.
Yeah, this is devastating. They've just tossed the smoke in E-box, stacked A, and it's going to be a B hit. In response, Bounty Hunters are going to flash play, take space in A main, but feels like they've already lost the round. Gotta be Zoc. Gotta be a big multi, and he's not even gonna get one. Game over. Mayor, 1v5? Yeah, I don't think so. You got 2. I mean, does well to get a couple. But it's Remix to finish that one off, and an incredible map out of Leo Monster at 22 and 13 as well to send us to a 3rd.
Yeah, an impressive sequence right there from Unamele. I mean, just coming through with that T-side dominance. What they've been able to do so effectively on this map as well is shut things down. And despite things looking a little bit bleak at the beginning, you know, you talked about that 12 rounds in a row lost, and from Dust 2 into Anubis. It didn't matter, right? They shook it off. They called those timeouts just as effectively, but then domination in that second half, as you would expect from a T-side to Anubis, and they bring it to the table. And as I said, you know, map 1 and 2, you can see it's very clear strengths for both of these teams, right? You can see that Dust 2 is a strength for the side of Bounty Hunters. Anubis is right back at it. We look to Nuke now to close, and as I highlighted at the start of this one, it's not really a clear strength for either one of these teams. So, you know, things gonna get messy here in this 3-mapper.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly here for it. I'm excited to see kind of what this brings. If I had to kind of maybe with some parting thoughts to mull over as we head into a break, I do think that Bounty Hunters has had the opportunity to play a lot of very good in comparison teams on Nuke. When you're looking at the opposite side, I think that we've not seen a ton from Unamele. Not only on this map, but just like even getting opportunities to play regardless of who the opposition is. That is going to be coming up next, though. It's Nuke when we return after this break. We are sending it into Nuke, and I am pumped for a third map because Bounty Hunters, man, they looked amazing to close out on Dust 2, but Una Melee proved that they are here and here to stay. They showed some real grit to stay in it there at the beginning of Anubis and then to close it out as well.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta give them some credit there. That T side of Anubis was just perfection. It felt like everything they were eager to work for there was coming up their direction. And that's a credit to the game plan. Now, obviously, T side of Anubis, a little easier to work than a lot of the other maps. But just the success story that they were able to bring to the table here was really impressive. So, excited to see if that carries over. I think it's going to be difficult to finish the job on Nuke for this team. But I think after what they just showed in that last map, if they play with the same amount of firepower that they just did, that, you know, the sky's the limit for sure.
Well, this is a massive knife round win for Una Melee. Starting on the CT side of this map, when, you know, it's neither you nor your opponent's best map, it's just a huge relief. Trying to make your way through the door is even more difficult. Squeaky is no more. Leo Monster gets the double, picking up where he left off before going down. See what Bernino and Kaiser can do. Hold on, a 2v4 might be possible. Bernino's alone, but he's now got confirmation on at least, I think, both of them. Should have a confirmation at the very least. He's got the bomb as well.
Oh, what a tank. That's unreal right there. Gets down the vent, and okay. We haven't heard that single door open just yet, so yeah. Real in reading into that one. Incredibly smart. Not gonna let that sneaky play slide. And miss out on a bomb plant opportunity, and I think when you're low on HP, it's always really valuable to make that kind of decision. Because it just guarantees you another gun round in the second, even if you lose the clutch. But not gonna go for that attempt. He wants the whole thing. He wanted the whole round right there, and you end up losing a little.
Yeah, wanted everything, got nothing. That's the tough one. And because of it, it's Glocks into this round, and Una Melee wasting very little time and getting up in their face. Remix out in yard, and it's ZMB inside of lobby as well. Will overwhelm ZMB, but Marin is last alive with SMP9. Hey, that's $600 extra. That's no small amount of money. They do be really clearing lobby fast. So it's going to be very clear where Marin went, but every little bit counts.
Yeah. That's a nice uppercut. Not the easiest of angles to work from right there, but managed to make it look so. Melee, as you said, a big CT side start for a team who did show some strength on the T side of Anubis. It was a big struggle for them to close on the T side of Dust 2. I mean, obviously they didn't end up closing, but a bit awkward in that department. Being able to bounce back and start off strong here. If you're able to bring in a big defensive half, you've already got the foundation laid out with the pistol. That could be their ticket into making this third map a lot more comfortable for themselves.
Yeah, remix round 3 op though. It's something we saw in Dust 2, and I'm telling you, it's definitely a little bit of a risky maneuver to try and pull this out, but it is a big surprise. Not something that most teams are going to be anticipating, and Bounty Hunter's in the same boat twice over. Kaiser got bested on Dust 2, and now it's Marin who pays the price on Nuke.
Yeah, and having that as a priority from his team and for himself is so massive, especially on the CT side of Nuke, because he has not been missing all that often. He's had a couple of tough misses here and there, but so consistently on target. That's going to do wonders for you. They flash in towards this upper site. Down a man. They've got a double back silo setup. How are you supposed to anticipate this? So all the while, ZMB is fighting for his life. Meanwhile, Leo Monster gets a strike. The great contact up from above. Working in their favor. That is an excellent setup. All facilitated by the back. That they just got the opening pick. They got the 4v5. They got the rotate down lower. And making those sort of moves is so much easier when you're up a player.
Yeah, I mean, all set up by Remix, but I'm with you. How do you anticipate that backside setup? Just such a good job. Leo Monster playing off of ZMB as well. Letting ZMB just take duels, and then they both get 2 kills. It's devastating. Zoc down the vent. He's swift with it. He's got the bomb, too, so this should be a plant. But there is going to be some resistance still. Realzen is here, available to play in defense, but they get towards Astralis first and foremost. Zoc, a lot of damage done, but they'll get the numbers punched in.
It could be interesting because you got a lot of lurking presence in this map, so how much can they do on this site proper, really, with the tough task at hand? HE doesn't finish the kill, and that's what you need right there, those Tech 9s to put a scare in. Kaiser offers up another Tech 9 kill, 3v3 with a lot of time ticked off that bomb, man. It could create a little bit of panic. Hopeful smoke spam. Double doors opened as well. 2 players shooting through the smoke, but neither can collect onto Remix. Oh my god, but he shows them how to spam the smoke right there in return.
Watch this, I'll teach ya.
Yeah, you just gotta shoot at him in the smoke. You see those big outlines?
I tell you, the Tech 9 was trying. He really was. I shot at a Zoc. But yeah, bang, it's easy. Get Kaiser on a big green. He's getting aggro. Trying to look towards Mini. No eyes on main, no nothing actually for Uno Melee in this area of the map. Turtle trying to move forward. ZMB, he's going T-Roof. Okay. Leo Monster sticks around, and there's ZMB with the backstab. It's aggressive from Kaiser, but they just don't stop. Uno Melee, it is a ridiculously suffocating round.
That is such a big gut punch to throw at Bounty Hunters early on in this half. You get that second gun round going, you know, you have a little bit of a game plan, you have some initiation taken, you know, all of the setup here, trying to realize how to punish, all just to be leveled out like that, you know, for the aggression to roll through and for you to get completely overwhelmed. And understandably so, but just the perfect time to throw that sort of play out into the mix to catch your opposition off guard like that.
And to tee up what is a 5-round start off the rip, I mean, kind of spoke about it and the importance of a knife round, right? Just is free avenue to get a more comfy beginning, and then to take advantage with a pistol plus 5 rounds straight. Dream scenario for Uno Melee. Could not draw it up better. I can't not believe the ball's on ZMB to maneuver all the way up after getting that kill in lobby to go up on T-Roof too.
Yo, just hanging out on the ladder, just chilling. It's legged, of course, as well, so, you know, it could have been a bit of a relief finding that kill if you're Kaiser, who, again, his game plan completely shut out because no one ever peeks Mini. Like, what do you even do? You work so hard to get that AWP out finally, and that's what happens to start things off.
Yeah. I mean, he even hits a honestly nice shot. It's a leg shot, but, like, I don't know, man. That's just not an angle you're ever anticipating for a guy to be just on the ladder. Well, I mean, huge start for everybody. Raul especially, who, you know, had that real rough spray on Dust 2 that allowed Zaka 1v2 that really started Bounty Hunters on the comeback. He's doing well. There's another. Goodbye, at least, to ZMB on the site. Great free fire from Mayern, but Raul grabs another kill before this goes down, and Kaiser's looking to get the Glock out. He goes off instead, and Rialzen with a rifle is a little bit better equipped to complete that victory. Uno Mille make it 6.
Yeah, rotations just in time, as they need to be on the scene. And Raul with a massive spinner there. Remix as well with that opening pick. A lot of things going right there for the side of Uno Mille, but set up well. You know, winning out in that timing game when things were a little bit nerve-wracking. This is a team that is in tip-top shape right now and is not interested in slowing down.
No, I mean, I think you were the one who put it like this. Uno Mille needed some serious time to get warmed up into this series. Well, I'd say they're warmed up and they're just cooked to the right temperature right here and now. Tech pause. It would seem for, I don't know who actually, but a little bit of break is probably something that bounty hunters aren't too sad about. No, not necessarily able to talk shop, but able to, you know, think about what's been going wrong here. And I do think you gotta look to a big missing piece in Turtle right now. He's 0-7, but outside of that, bounty hunters just bested at every situation, everywhere they turn.
Getting one-upped in that department in a big way. Now it's CT side that's ahead of the pack. Not interested in slowing down. See if that remains true. Last round, you know, the closest they've been, maybe barring that hopeful Tech 9 spam. But even in those chaotic moments right now, you're also seeing Uno Mille come out on top alongside it. And as I highlighted, you know, both of these rosters are going to have playoff aspirations, especially if you're bounty hunters. Starting off with an opening win is a good way to make it into playoffs.
Well, and as you put earlier, I think a really important point that you made was, you know, Uno Mille free agent roster right now. Every win is another addition to the CV to say, hey, we are worth the investment. You know, toss us that contract to the next up and coming organization that wants to get involved in a very incredible South American scene.
One that remains unbelievably competitive here. Bounty Hunters, a roster that was able to make it from last semifinals to, with a big run, take down some tough competition. And now in the opening game of their Swiss stage, you know, obviously eager to replicate those results, but no guarantees you can run into that same competition, that you can get that same run going. Any game is winnable and any game is losable here when you're playing at this caliber.
You know, I don't think people realize that, you know, how many organizations are around here in South America. You know, I think it is by far the most, except for Europe.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean,
Like, it's I don't even think it's close. I think people don't realize that that's the case.
definitely the most developed in terms of, like, yeah, outside of Europe, right? You're talking about the most developed region at this point. The teams that are consistently making it the deepest internationally. South America's right behind Europe in that department. And hey, you know, at this rate, things continue to go this way, and we see the same amount of tournaments and the amount of organizational support. It's only going to get better. Maybe one day it catches up, which would be incredible.
I mean, there's not another region that's had a, you know, an era of Counter-Strike that isn't a European team. I think that kind of goes to show you the depth. And those guys very much trailblazers in creating that depth. You know, funny enough. Turtle gets it. Only up. He knows. Doesn't know about the salt spray, which is a little bit of tragedy, but it's all good. I'll spread the awareness.
You don't know his bag yet. You could be just saving that for later.
That's true. That's true. I am saying criminally underrated spray. People don't get enough use out of that thing. Yes, I am biased. Absolutely. What can I say? I enjoy good things.
And value.
That too.
Oh my god!
See? Every time! He's on the screen and then they're not. They're dead.
What was that even like? It looked like his mouse flicked 3 different directions before it hit the target. But get back in after the pause, and it's much more of the same. No momentum stopping. No break in the action despite the pause. You get back right into the thick of it here. There's no relief. Swinging for the fences now. Eventually gonna get overrun.
Jeez. I mean, they got 1 kill out of that. A little fadeaway, hopeful. Watch this thing, man. That is hard shot to hit. Even harder to make look that damn good. Melee already in a great spot. Even if bounty hunters start to bring this back, they've already done just a large amount of the heavy lifting that you would hope for on a CTF.
Straight into this A side early. It's a great smoke though from Leo Monster. Followed up by a little flashbang. Does get overrun. That support system can't come through in time. Remix avoids the Molotov, but this one probably, yeah, looks like a back away save mission here from Unamile, who been able to win a couple of confident rounds in a one-sided fashion, but this one not going to be the case here. They're going to call it a day and still hold on to 3 weapons effectively.
Yeah, and this round comes down very much to bounty hunters looking to turn up the pace a little bit. But beyond that, just having some incredible flashbangs. Leo Monster perma-blind on the back of the site, good utility. Molotov to, you know, send him out. He gets the smoke down, but then his position is just very obvious from that point on. You know, he has to play around that smoke. That's the right move, but the fact that he gets out with 1 there is him being good on, you know, anchoring that bomb site. So,
Yeah.
you know, an attempt for remix, but 1 missed shot, and he's taken all the flack.
You also kind of need, you know, at some point you kind of need that support system to come through. And it felt like that never really got activated, never really got involved, and that's a credit to the Speeds and Bounty Hunters catching Unamile a little bit off foot. After long last, finally being able to best the opposition. Flashbang, that's a deep smoke right there. Leo Monster not able to capitalize fully. These flashes are incredible as well. Kaiser setting them up with util and then finding those entries thereafter. But a 2v1 at the moment and reels into the thick of it.
Kaiser and Turtle just so very careful, but I mean, reels in, not down on the B bomb site. He's still up here at A, and when the bomb goes down, not a ton of utility or anything here. Turtle's got 1 molly. Reelson's got an incendiary and a flashbang, so maybe there's a little bit something to be said. But so much time to position effectively. That's been done. This one's going to be tough to break through.
I can't afford to be slow about it, right? Oh,
You can.
that's gonna be a molly on location. Struggles, you're gonna have to run through the flames. No time to fake it though. That's for sure. The bomb should be going off, and it will. A little close for comfort, but job gonna be finished here. Bounty hunters survive it, but they aren't necessarily thriving in this economy.
I mean, I'd tell you, a little too close for comfort. I think 1.5 seconds maybe left on that defuse. That is indeed a very close moment. Bounty hunters, though, putting together a 2-pack there of rounds. It's gonna help. Anything helps at this juncture, but starting to finally pressurize that CT economy as well. And, I mean, back to what's been working. It's pressure towards Mini, trying to get down the vent this time around, and it's effective. 3 down without any damage done. When's the last time that happened?
Pretty impressive right there. Get into a post plant immediately. Do lose a player though while they're at it. Mixes up in the outer yard. It's always been good for a pick. There's one singular lurk looking to disrupt, looking to surprise. Game of timing here, game of cat and mouse, and that'll be won by Myron. His patience is rewarded in a big way. Now he instantly gets involved in this post plant, and that CT side, they know it's lost already. Too much ground to regain.
I mean, it's also just an economy problem. Little monster, not going to be able to hold on to his gun. At least take one with him. But yeah, more than anything, right? That just too far gone, yes, but an economy issue. Una Melee about to be broke if they lose everyone. 3 guns saved though, and they can continue these investments. It doesn't make it easier next round if they continue to lose, but you know, they're potentially about to have an entire CT half where they don't have to eco once, which is an incredible feat.
Yeah, I mean, the rounds that they lose are either all of bounty hunters going down. I mean, that last round is an exception now, finally, but or 3 saving. Like, they are finding the best ways to lose rounds if you're Una Melee.
Well, and when you're up 7-3, that's fine. Well, I like this. Kaiser throwing utility like they have been with those aggressive plays, and now they go down secret. But Kaiser is doing this damage, and it's into Remix's op, man. He's so quick. And at the moment, unstoppable.
Oh. And Raul just a little bit of tip and tap. Does a trick right there beautifully. 2 shots through the smoke, and as soon as you think you found safety, ripped away. Off for an escape. Here's Bernino. Iron. Actually looking to combine forces here at this point in time. That's insane. Bernino brutalizes at A side. And they've got access here. A manageable situation. Pulled up into the mix.
And Remix is just not in a great location to be useful with this op either.
You're gonna have to wait for his teammates here. But I mean, also you have Bernino, who's very forward-facing, flash avoided, but that is the problem. Scale up from Remix rolls out, and now it's about Myron playing time for this clutch. Trying to make it happen, but with bomb planted and front silo or back silo rather, there's just no chance. Gonna stick the defuse right in his face and close out the round.
I mean, reels in cold as ice there. You're gonna trust into Remix's AWP when it misses the mark. He gets the kill and then grabs the op instantaneously. But I mean, a huge round from Remix to set this up, to start it off, and I don't even know what Raul saw. I don't know what he was working with, but that is absurd. A lot of confidence though on this retake, and that's what's super helpful. Melee. Raul swinging with conviction. so that the rest of his team can play off of him. Uno Melee have officially done it, by the way. This is a full CT side with not a single save. And that's not just because they were force blind, that's because it wasn't required.
Yeah, I mean, that, as we highlighted here, you know, when you came into it, you said it's a big knife round victory. Really changes the grand scheme of this one. Being able to constantly afford gun rounds because of the good discipline here, and I would say that's mostly what they were able to accomplish here. A lot of discipline in the decision making, leading them to this successful half.
It's also just a massive map right now. Real's in East 11-1, and we talked about Remix a lot, but this is Raul at 10-5, guy that really struggled on Dust 2, and you know, played fine on Anubis, but was certainly, you know, not the big talking point. That was Leo Monster more than anyone else, you know, but he's had a massive step up in this map. And talking about having the performance when you need it, when you're required, that's what he's doing here and now.
Back on track here. This crazy effort coming through from this whole squad. Being met by some missing pieces on the other side of things here. Bounty Hunters not quite able to get Turtle too much involved here. The HEs continue to land. A lot of damage done, but still overwhelming that site. Myron has been one player on this team that has been loud and proud, activating when available. He's got him an entry. Zoc got him one as well. So site claim now.
Oh, but hey, here's Raul. Remix looking to break through, but it's such a tough angle. He's Kaiser first to get. He has to best, and then it's Marin right underneath him. Neither of those easy as Kaiser spams in the smoke, trying to drop. Remix gets Marin. That's incredible, but the rest of his team falls on the entryway through main. And Kaiser confirms 4th round here for Bounty Hunters.
What a big way to do it. Bringing in a lot of life into this T side, the rounds that they do collect. Largely on the shoulders of what he was able to do in that last half, and aren't able to carry that forward into this defense, get the rest of the squad involved, could be the difference maker. Proven once already that this roster can come back from a tough deficit. Can they do it again, though?
Yeah, it feels like a lot to ask after what they already did on Dust 2. Strong start on Anubis, only to be befelled by a devastating end. CT side, a whole different beast if you're Bounty Hunters. Marin about to pick one off. And there it is, freebie. That's Remix gone. Early indicator of success is scaled towards ramp side. Comes through. Space gonna be given over in the form of Kaiser. And the form of Zoc. CMB breaks open A. It's 2 towards A. Raul gets his. Uh-oh.
They didn't quite clear out Kaiser, though. Always the element of surprise. Dually on dually violence, though. 1v2. Asked of Zoc, and he does not last too long. Not up against the crosshairs of ZMB. Who finishes it with a 4K. Recovers that round from the brink. That's how it starts, but stronger finish here from No Mille. That's what we've seen in this reverse sweep effort so far.
Crazy to me that Kaiser doesn't get checked, and then, you know, he gets away with denying the bomb plant there, and ZMP still able to win the round. 4 kills for him. Leader of this Una Melee squad. Important win, no doubt about it.
This Bounty Hunters roster has gone for a lot of MP9s, a lot of force buys. Limited success in some of those occasions, especially on Anubis. Trying to bring that magic into this map here. Not going to be an easy task here up against the diligence that's being done, but a P250 and a second kill from Turtle is number 2. What a time to really spark up right now when it's needed the most.
Ooh, that's a costly sound cue potentially. Marin gets the awareness but doesn't get the kill. Goes in elevated and goodbye to Zonk. Reels in another one. Oh my gosh. It's 14-2 for a reason. Kaiser and Turtle, they might just walk away with these guns.
I mean, 2 AKs, it's what you should do at this point with 8 HP rather for Kaiser. No question about it. My God. Brutal couple of openings. That's the that looks like some refrag right there to me. Working up a nuke there, having to deal with those angles, giving those little poke throughs. I mean, it's just such a challenging like direction to fire from because there's not a lot of situations in the game where you actually have to work like that with your crosshair.
I mean, yeah, it's just an unfamiliar movement. Like, with just, you know, from a physical perspective. It's just not the same as any other. There is a crossfire for that. I think I've played it.
Oh, yeah.
It's the toughest one, to be honest with you. I struggle with it sometimes.
Not easy. Trying to isolate those fights here, but speeding it up. This is such a crazy call here. After all the diligence that has been done up against these anti-ecos, they just sprint. Full steam ahead. One of those AKs has already fallen. There's another rifle to be recovered here. A couple of them, in fact. So everyone holding on to weaponry right now for that CT side, but how long can you hold on to it is the question.
Not that long, if you're Benigno. And, I mean, Marin might be in for a longer deal, but depending on where the bomb's planted, he doesn't have armor. I don't think he lives here, depending on the bomb plant location. Well, the armor, not a problem, not a question when Remix ensures that he'll go down. I feel it's important for posterity's sake to continue mentioning that Ryalzin still has 2 deaths.
Yeah, that's 2 deaths this deep into the map here, which again includes a couple of 1 rounds here from Bounty Hunters. They're not getting blanked at the moment, but they have a little bit of resistance in that first half. Only 2 deaths. It just goes to show that that discipline really did pay off in that first half there. The decision making for those save calls was worth its weight in gold.
100%.
Now they're just having a little bit of fun with it.
Well, and it's also just a great time to potentially pick up the pace. That's what they do there. It's certainly a surprise to bounty hunters. We're gonna have their first gun around here and now, but almost a little too late, it seems, unless Oh, unless Remix is back up to his old shenanigans. It's up against Kaiser's Hawk. Eel Monster goes in. Maybe a little too deep. Zoc gets his. So this is still an even trade. Not the disaster that it looked initially for Bounty Hunters.
Rushing could be good. Well timed there, Turtle. A big activation here. Again, having himself a slow start, but sometimes they say slow and steady wins the race. He's ready to get his team back on track here, but up against Raul, who's been far too quick. He's looking for one more headshot here, playing around the silo. He closes it out with a massive clutch. Brings through a 1v3, punishing severely Bounty Hunters. They're looking for one more round to close out this opening match here in the Swiss stage. And that is a lovely way to try and put a bow on it.
I mean, last possible bullet in the chamber there, too. CMB goes down. Zoc does a lot of work, and this is just a turnaround from Turtle. But he hears, Raul hears the confirmation on the ramp side, and though he doesn't hear the vent drop, I mean, the spam will give him away the information, and then he's just working to piece those up one by one. Zoc in this smoke, he's the dead man. What can Bounty Hunters do? Nino, deep into lobby, unknown for the moment. Now spotted and removed. Make it more.
Oh. Hit his head on the wall there. And he just exposes in the smoke. For a split second right there for Melee to show some utter dominance. Spot out the last player. A little bit of reconsidering there for Remix. He wanted to get a molly down. To go down the vents. This is being heard from the player on A though. And so when they hear those vents sold by the Molotov even further, it is going to be a play towards A eventually. Good positioning, good call outs coming through quickly to make sure that this round isn't complicated here. And Turtle, looking to save this one, is going to have absolutely no chance. Renanzen, or rather Realzen, able to only die 3 times in this entire map. And completely shut out Bounty Hunters.
Yeah, it's it's a very clear indication of Uno Melee's staying power in a series reverse sweep fashion. Dust 2 goes close, but no opportunity to close, and then you know they clear Anubis and Nuke. Nuke looking so damn good as well on the way, and that was the worry, right? What would Nuke look like for two teams that, you know, on paper don't look like a very strong Nuke team? I think we got a clear indicator. You know, Uno Melee really taking advantage of the fact that they started on CT side and then not making any mistakes. More than anything, you know, Bounty Hunters had a good game plan, but there was just no give in the Uno Melee defense.
Absolutely not there. And every round was met with maximum resistance. Every round was met with like constant pressure of knowing that you're going up against the rifles. Had a couple of good pace changes that got them some distance and it got them some room to grow. But overall, again, so much control put on display here, and a reverse sweep worthy of this roster here, as we've highlighted. You know, there's a lot of pressure on this team with every matchup they play for them to succeed. And they put that on fine display here in this map, and especially in map 3 here to shut things down. Very impressive stuff on Nuke. And I'm looking forward to watching this roster throughout the Swiss stage a little bit more. If they can keep this up, if they can carry forward this performance.
Yeah, key win over Bounty Hunters to put them on the left side of that Swiss stage look. That is the finalization, though, of Swiss round 1. Where we've got everybody down and done with their first best of 3. We continue though tomorrow, as this is the end of the line here for tonight, starting at 10:30 Eastern, with more, and that's where Swiss round 2 gets started. Some massive moves being made already. An exciting Swiss stage. I think it's fair to say I'm really pumped to get a whole lot more, and I know we've got a whole lot more of these games coming up here soon, Cole. But with all that being said, it is indeed time for us to say goodbye for tonight. It's been our pleasure, and we will be seeing you here next time. Peace out and have a good night.